hear that music, it means one thing. We are live from the beautiful Fastport Studios in good old Degas House. Oh, I need to come down on my volume, or are you just saying the roof is on fire? Fantastic. Good morning, Jimmy Mack. How are you doing on Road Gang Radio, sir?
Good morning to you. Good morning, everybody out there in Road Gang Radio land. By the way, thank you for the mention of Fastport. They've been solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness. You can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Arg. What am I, a pirate?
You like Arby's?
It'd be kind of really funny if it was .arg. That'd be kind of terrific, wouldn't it? .arg. We got a dandy of a show, by the way, for you guys. We're going to go rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling through a lot of content in an awful hurry. In about 10 minutes or so, our good friend Ed Garston, who is a contributor among many places to Forbes.com, has got a terrific story that's going to inform a lot of our stories today. He actually, here's the word they're saying, Dre. They are saying, they, meaning Ed Garston and the people that he is talking to, that the uncertainty around tariffs, the imposition of tariffs, number two, the fact that there's a lot of advances in technology are, in fact, dig this, going to cause more cargo theft. That's what Ed is going to dig into today here on Road Gang Radio. You can also give us a call in the short term at 615-292-6366. Jump into the conversation over there and be a part of all the trucking radio that is fit to broadcast. We got a great lineup, though. Along with Ed Garston, we're going to have our good friend Kevin Lindsay for another edition of Maintenance Matters. Break week is coming up pretty soon, and we're going to be talking to Kevin about how you can, maintain your brakes rather than fixing them. How about you just do a little maintenance and get yourself a little further down the road? After that, we're going to have Rees Across America, trucking tributes. They're going to be dropping in and giving us the skinny on how one goes about the deal of remembering, honor, and teaching. And Dr. Julie Gatz is going to be here. She and I got a chance to talk last week. Dre was a part of that for Highway to Health. It's a great conversation, by the way, about nutrition.
100%. And a lovely woman.
But it's a great conversation about nutrition, about the kind of food you should be eating, and how you can take. It's funny because we don't make the connection, I think, a lot of times between taking care of ourselves and how we eat. And I know you say, what? Of course we do. No, we actually don't. I mean, you think about it, is the fact that, so you work out, Dre. What do you have after you work out?
Oh, it depends on the day and it depends on the weather. But, man, I like to have a little something with some protein, some hydration.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The idea that we don't think about that. We get to the end of the day. So let's just say that we get to the end of the day and it's 5:30 in the afternoon. We had a heavy lunch. We don't think about what we had for lunch or what we didn't have for lunch. Do you follow me?
Yep.
I mean, every meal we have should be balanced. But the idea that we don't make the connection between what we eat and what we need in the moment that we're eating based on our health.
And one of the main things is remembering that it is fuel, because half the times people are just eating because they feel like they have to, and they don't sit there and actually chew the food and enjoy the food and being in the moment and being mindful of it.
Well, and the number of people who go to restaurants and don't I know people who have changed their lifestyle by simply saying, bring the takeout box.
Yeah.
And like, what do you mean bring the takeout box? Just trust me, bring the takeout box. And people will bring a takeout box over. It's a little harder at fine dining establishments, I get that. But you go to a restaurant, get the takeout box when you get your meal brought. Cut your meal in half. Put the other half in there. Eat slowly. Watch what happens. Mm-hmm. Then you have a meal for the next day, and you've eaten what you need to eat as opposed to cleaning your plate.
Exactly. And I remember you saying the other day that I love the concept of whenever we go to dinner, we forget that that's the whole reason. We're there to eat and have conversation, but enjoy the meal and take your time.
Oh, my God, you paid for it. Why are you wolfing it down?
You can definitely tell when someone was in construction because they're sitting there like, we have 15 minutes, I have to eat this or I'm going to have to get out.
Army,
same with truck drivers.
Military. Well, kind of funny, construction, military, truck drivers. I'm kind of curious as if the people who are listening right now might have done all three. Kevin Lindsay's done all three.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, Kevin Lindsay's done all three. He'll be here at 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east. And, of course, we'll be talking with our good friend Ed Garston here in just a moment. We're going to get him on the phone sooner rather than later. And then, of course, Lindsay Lawler joins us at 9 in the center, 10 in the east on Road Gang Radio, the portion of the show where we go about the business of having a life First half, we make a living. In the second half, hopefully you've paid for the ability to have a life. We'll be talking to magic realism writer Jennifer Mormon, and Ellen Voya is making her first appearance on this platform to promote her new book. We'll be digging into that in further detail when she arrives on the scene. And then, of course, I'll be giving you all the details on Trucking with OIDA, which will be at 11 in the center, 12 in the east, all part of RadioNemo.com. If you head over there, you can subscribe. If you go to the Tube of You, and let's say you listen on Facebook, you should go over to YouTube for a second and just subscribe over there. You can listen on 365. You can listen on iHeart. You can listen on Odyssey. There's a lot of platforms you can listen on. You can listen on Spotify, by the way, after the shows have been released. All those podcasting platforms have this content available. And all of this content from yesterday on, meaning going backwards, is available over on the Tube of You. We got a phone call, do we not?
Oh, good old Jody, but then we also got Ed locked and loaded. But let's talk to Jody
Let's
first.
get to Jody here. We'll do the Pledge and National Anthem, then we'll come back and dig in with Ed. Hey, Jody, what's going on?
What's going on, man? You enjoying the day?
It is off to a grand and glorious start here, my friend. Where are you going, and where are you headed after that?
I'm in Florida. I'm heading to Green Cove Springs. I got an early delivery, and then I got an early pickup tomorrow morning. So while I'm in Green Cove Springs, I'm going to go to the military museum that's over there. You know, just one of those things that, you know, you and I talk about it all the time. If I'm going to be out here, I'm going to enjoy myself.
Yeah, we started talking about that starting about 2 years ago, Jody, about the idea of doing that. You know, you had talked about a more planned trip, but if you're actually able to fold that into your journeys, that is a really great use of time. It's like I told Paranormal Pie Man. It's like I have told our good friend Showtime. I've told Chowder, who's good about it. We're going to start doing this more and more as we begin to settle into our new format. If you get groovy pictures, send them our way. Send them the weekends at RadioNemo.com so we can get some of them posted. You okay there, Jody?
Oh, yeah. I tried to send you some videos because I'm just coming off of it. I took 5 days off, and we did a little cruise around St. Augustine there on the boat, and it kicked it back. It said mailer demon, but I tried to send them to you at your website there. The email address there, but I don't know why it kicked it back.
Was it weekends or weekend? Which one did you send it to?
Weekends.
All right. Send it to Shane.
I'll try to send them again.
Send it to SEAMUS at RadioNemo.com and see how that kind of plays out for you. Okay?
All right. I didn't have nothing to write with. I'll try to remember that.
All right.
Or try to message me or whatever. But,
yeah, I can send you. I can send you that by message, by way on the Book of Face. By the way, I can take care of that. All right. So, what's on your mind today? What's going on? You just kind of calling to say good morning?
Well, I heard. Well, no. Well, yeah, that. But I heard you talking about the meals and stuff like that, and it was kind of funny because every meal that we had, we brung half of it home for that exact reason. You know, I mean, we sat there and had a good conversation. And every meal, we brung half of it home, you know, just to have, basically, I would have it for breakfast the next morning before we would start our day. You know what I'm saying? So, it's kind of one of those things. You just, you know, I don't scarf everything down at dinner time. I take my time, and, you know, it's always good meals down there, so why not bring some of it home and enjoy it the following day?
Exactly. Sometimes you got to pull a Cousin Eddie and get some of that yellow and just load it up. You know what I mean? Make sure you get some of that yellow.
Yeah, get some of that yellow, by the way. One of my favorite things to do is every once in a while I'll go get a reasonably priced steak, cut it in half, and then bring it home and then have steak and eggs for breakfast the next morning. I often, sometimes when I go out to eat, I will think about going out to eat with one thing in mind, and that is, can I have this for breakfast and feel good about it? Go ahead, Dre, one more thing.
Jody, what is your go-to leftover meal, my friend? That is better whenever it's left over.
What Jimmy just said there, because the first day I was here, yep, I had steak, cut it in half, brung half of it home, and had it with fried eggs in the morning.
I was about to say, do you scramble or fry them? So, amen, brother.
That, or, believe it or not, I like bringing spaghetti home, and in the mornings I like having like a cold spaghetti sandwich with butter on the bread. I know it sounds kind of weird, but I love it. It's good. It's good food there.
I was gonna say who hurt you, but at the same time, then you came in with the butter on the bread, and it worked.
Well, what's the other thing? It's not kind of weird, Jody. It's really weird, and that's why we love you, brother. We got to get out of here. I got to do a break. Got to get Ed Garston in. Be safe, be good, and be well. Okay, my friend.
All right, send me that email address, Jimmy, and when I get over here to get uploaded, I'll send you some videos of the Dolphins and stuff playing out there in St. Augustine.
Thank you, Jody. Before we hit this break, by the way, they're now 30 games over 500 and have won 10 straight for the second time this year. The Brew Crew blasted the Pirates 7-1 at Miller Park. They are quickly turning into the best in the bigs, by the way, with the fading of Detroit. Detroit's going to make the playoffs, right? Speaking of Detroit, Ed Garston's going to be coming up here in a second. We got to take a quick break. Hey, Jody's a Detroit guy too. Take a moment, take a breath. A little bit of a pledge, a little bit of an anthem, Bracing Cup of Java with Pastor John, and then Ed Garston is on the scene. Take us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday. Good morning. I want to share something with you from the book of Nahum. The book of Nahum is very seldomly read because it's a little small Old Testament book tucked in there. But I want to share something with you from the book of Nahum. In Nahum chapter 1, verse 7, it says, "The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble. He knows he knows those who take refuge in him." Did you get what he just said? Nahum said that the Lord is good. And God is so faithful that when you get in trouble, he said you can come and hide in him. And what you mean I can hide in him? That means that you can go to him and bring everything that's causing you trouble to him, and he knows what to do to get you the best end result. Now, I want you to think about that. He says the Lord is good, and he says a stronghold in the day of trouble. So that tells me that when life happens, we have somewhere to go. And when people that don't know Jesus Christ as their personal Savior have issues, they don't know where to go. That's what I wanted to have you to know about the book of Nahum. The book of Nahum is one of the most powerful books because he's telling you the Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble. So if you're going through something, go to God, and I guarantee you he'll take care of you in it.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen to that, and we know where to go, and that's to go talk to Ed.
Ed, hey man, good morning. How are you? It's always good to have you on. It's a hell of a story you've written, and it's going to give our friends out there on the highways and byways a bit of a chill. How are you doing, my friend?
Very good, Jimmy. How are you? It's a great day here in Detroit, and we're still in first place. We're not giving it up easy.
Well, no, I mean, and like I said, I mean, in terms of, it was, one of the great things, it kind of reminds me a little bit of the '85 Tigers, where you start off 35-5, and then it's like, too bad, so sad, you got to catch up now. For those of you who don't know, Ed's a Metro Detroit-based reporter. He covers autos, mobility. He's covered the stand-up strikes against the Big Three by the UAW, urban air mobility, and the rise of autonomous trucks. Did auto coverage at CNN as their bureau chief out of Detroit. Headed Fiat Chrysler's digital communications from 2005 to 2016. And basically, he hosts the Tales from the Beat podcast and looks at news. By the way, he is also a contributor over at Forbes, where we're talking about this story. Tariffs tech could contribute to record rise in Chicago thefts. Hey, man, so what's the word on all this stuff, man, other than, us kind of bemoaning the Tigers, who I do like, by the way, who are in my top 5 teams that I root for?
Cargo theft, it's always been a problem, as you and your listeners know, but it seems to be on a sharp rise. I mean, the head of the National Insurance Crime Bureau, he testified before Congress. They're considering legislation to fight cargo theft. He reports that, the losses broke $1 billion for the first time in 2023, and they're going to increase another 22% by the end of this year, and it's only going to get worse. Cargo thieves have become much more sophisticated. They're using technology, AI, to track shipments, and they're also, because it's so lucrative, that they're actually traveling further to stalk loads until they can find the opportunity to steal from the trucks. Drivers go in, right, grab a meal, a shower, use the restroom. These people are very organized. They're working quickly, and they'll go to basically every extent possible to get the goods that they want to get, because there's just so much money involved.
I'm wondering on a kind of really cynical level if, in fact, it's the only level to talk about this kind of stuff on, if, in fact, the rules of what they call the slammer spotter, the insurance scam where you have a spotter and a slammer and one tips off the other. I'm wondering if part of this long haul sort of approach to it, you bring in an AI to basically track the shipment, you kind of figure out the predictability of it, and then you work with multiple people on the highway so that you basically say, look, they've left my zone, they're headed your way now, the best shot at getting this is probably at that upcoming truck stop down the way. I'm just wondering if the system of communication has gotten that sophisticated because of our ability to communicate in ways that we could never communicate before. Is that part of it?
Yeah, that's definitely it. Is because of technology, it's just not. In the past, it was mostly opportunistic, right? Oh, there's a load, and I'm out to make a hit, and it's there, and I'm going to take it. Now, you're right, Jimmy. These people are so sophisticated, they're using every communications system possible. They're able to track loads that they're interested in. There are definitely certain categories of goods that the thieves are most interested in and that are the most lucrative, and they're tipping each other off, and they're not just working individually, but they're working in groups. It's very, very organized. A lot of the stuff is moved offshore or down to Mexico, and so, yes, it's not just, somebody robbing a truck. These are organized, very sophisticated groups with big bucks involved.
Okay, so yesterday, President Trump extended a tariff truce with China for another 90 days, stabilizing trade ties between the two world's largest economies, blah, blah, blah. Let's get to tariffs, though. Is the fact that we know that, okay, this is the old joke people used to say, be careful about raising the price of cigarettes too high. You might actually put the mob back in business because, the idea that if you hijack a truckload full of cigarettes, it's pure profit, especially when people are paying $10 at the counter. This might be the actual version of this, where if price points rise to a certain level, you might see organized crime syndicates basically saying, hey, you want a PlayStation for $250, $300, pure profit for us, as opposed to $600, $700. Is that what we're talking about?
To some extent, we in the story we quoted the director of intelligence and response at Overhaul, which is a cargo security company that I'm sure many of your listeners may be familiar with. His name is Danny Raymond, and he said that what's going to happen is, in some cases with the tariffs, it's going to drive shortages because some of these goods are just going to be too expensive to bring into the country. So what's there, and if they're in demand, there's going to be shortages, and that's going to drive the prices up. Now, both of those situations between the shortage and the price increases, that's going to increase demand, and that's going to increase the targeting of these particular goods, all as a result of the tariffs. And these cargo thieves are totally plugged in to market trends, and they are going to shift the target to whatever is going to be the most lucrative for them.
I'm laughing about this because I don't know if people know this, but the World War II Museum here in New Orleans started as the D-Day Museum, and the reason why it started as the D-Day Museum was because the boats that landed on the beach at Normandy, the landing craft, was actually made down here in New Orleans. It was made by Andrew Higgins. One of the great running jokes about him was he actually made one of the variations on the PT-109s, those boats. And what he would do is how he developed the boats, I kid you not, he would sell the Coast Guard boats to catch the bootleggers and then improve the quality of the boat and then sell that to the bootlegger. He did it 3 times over the course of that. And it really, I mean, there is something to be said about the fact that we are talking about accelerating technology here. And I'm wondering, just in your crystal ball, did it ever open up the possibility that along with the hijacking of cargo, selling it at lower price points, and also making sure that people got the goods that they needed, if in fact you think that there'll be an increase in smuggling as well?
You know what, it was hard for me to hear really the end of your question, but I guess the full thrust of this is that, and you go to the store,
right?
And I heard you talking about buying half a steak when you're out to eat, and this is the situation. People are desperate. Stuff just costs too much money now, and they need to score these loads, and they sell it. They can sell it at whatever price they want, but people just need stuff at a price that they can afford, and they will find any way they can to get it because it's just too damn expensive now. I mean, I just can't believe when you go to the supermarket how much just a basket of groceries costs, how much it costs to feed your family. I mean, even apples. You see apples at $2-3 a pound for an apple. So this is what's happening. The country is becoming very desperate. If you're not independently wealthy or in a higher economic bracket, and you're just a working person trying to put two ends together to keep your family fed and housed and leading a decent life, this causes desperation. And not everyone, of course, will undertake criminal action to get what they need, but there's enough people out there that are doing that. And this is where we're at today. We're in a tough economic situation, and people are going to great extent to get what they want and what they need.
Let me ask you this question, by the way. Where are the hot spots? I mean, we got a lot of people who cover the entire country. Where should they be looking out for the most trouble as they make their way down the road?
Well, of course, the traditional spot is what they call the red zone, and that's the 200-mile radius around L.A. and Long Beach in Southern California, and that's where actually the lion's share of the heists are taking place. But a new report from this security company called GearTrack, and they work with Verisk and CargoNet, and they put out a new report that is showing, and this is new, that the triangle, the Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, is a hot spot. That's gone up 35% in the last few months, but it's really zoomed around Indiana, a 75% increase of cargo thefts around Indiana because of increasing number of warehouse operations in Indianapolis and organized theft rings in that area. So that is a new trend. And Arizona has gone up 40% because thieves, get this, thieves used to, if you were in the red zone, that 200-mile radius, often thieves wouldn't bother to chase the load beyond that. But now we're learning that they'll actually camp out on the border between Arizona and California around Kingman, Arizona, and wait for the load to get out there or stalk it all the way out to there and then make their hit when perhaps the opportunity is a little easier.
Final question before we run out of time here with Ed Garston. Can you kind of tell our listeners out there, our friends who are going to be much more vigilant knowing what's going on, can you kind of explain to them what steps are being taken to prevent this from happening now that we're aware of this rise?
Sure, absolutely. A couple of things. One, of course, the drivers and shippers are advised really to never leave their loads alone. Make sure that somebody watching them. That's on the most granular level, but also to continue to use technology, hire security firms that will actually place sensors and track the load the entire way from loading to offloading all the way through the trucking route. And if they see any anomalies, they're monitoring it the whole way. If they see any sort of anomalies where the stuff isn't where they think it's supposed to be or an unusual movement, they can put their security mechanisms into action. And then the last thing I'll tell you about is that there's legislation pending in both the House and the Senate to create task forces to especially through Homeland Security, to get better policing out there and enforcement against cargo theft. So there's a lot going on, but the first line of defense, of course, is at the ground level of people handling the goods the most.
Ed Garston, by the way, has a new article out. Tariffs Tech could contribute to record rise in cargo thefts. It is out now, by the way, guys. We're going to share that on our platforms. Ed, thank you so much for making time for us. He's a senior contributor at Forbes. Always good. Promise me you'll come back on a Friday so we can just talk baseball with Dan Ronan. Okay?
Love to. I know Dan well, so that would be great. I love to talk baseball.
Thank you, sir.
Always good to talk with you, Jimmy.
Thank you, my friend. Ed Garston is a regular contributor here as well. It's becoming a nice little habit here. Hope you guys are enjoying yourself. Take a little ride down the road with us on Road Gang Radio. Mr. Kevin Lindsay is coming up next here from Maintenance Matters. Brake Inspection Week is coming up. And go to truckdown.com to prevent brake inspection from affecting you in bad ways.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Oh, live from the Fastport Studios, this is Road Gang Radio, and it's time to talk maintenance, Jimmy.
Yeah, it is time to talk maintenance, by the way, guys. We're so rack-packed and stacked today that I'll get to a more in-depth sports report, a National Day of report. By the way, if there's any day that Dave Nemo should have been here before, it's today, because today is National Vinyl Day, and I'm talking about Vinyl Record Day. Of course. We got plenty of them, by the way. And I was thinking about that too, Dre. We got this new shower curtain.
Yeah.
We're making the studio purty, as it were. So we got a shower curtain that is a series of vinyl records lined up the way they would be in a bookcase. So you can see the titles of like the Magical Mystery Tour, a few Bob Dylan albums, a couple of Beatle albums, some really groovy stuff. It really ties the room together, as the Big Lebowski often says about the rug. We're getting a rug too, by the way, Kevin. That rug is, in fact, an ace of spades. So we're kind of thrilled about the big bath mat we're getting. We're making things look cool over here. I mean, you got to create a work environment that you're happy with. By the way, in case you guys don't know, and why don't you know, it means you're listening for the first time, so welcome. Kevin Lindsay is the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America. Brake inspection week is coming up soon, my friend, and so maybe we should find a little time to talk about, I don't know, making sure that when your brakes get inspected, they don't need maintenance because you actually maintain your brakes. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing, Jody?
It has not been a bad morning. We're going to have sound designs for this show next week. We got Dave's new sound designs for his show yesterday. So everything is coming together slowly but surely over here at Road Gang Radio. So let's talk a little bit about brakes at a basic level. Let's just talk about, we understand the importance. It's an obvious importance, but they really are, along with your tires, such a crucial thing to kind of really stay on top of, because when they go wrong, they really go wrong, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Our industry, and especially technicians and even drivers in our industry, always talk about their engine and what kind of engine they got, how well it performs and everything. Well, you know what? For several years, I worked for a transmission manufacturer, and I was like, well, the engine's no good without the transmission. But the reality of it, and one thing I've always said, the engine's no good without the transmission. The transmission's no good with, to get everything going without a good differential. None of that's any good if you can't stop it. So guess what? Everything's important, just as important as the next thing, or it wouldn't be on the truck, right? So
It does occur to me, though. It does occur to me, and by the way, absolutely, everything is interconnected, everything everywhere all at once. But the biggest thing, it seems to me, that if you begin, Dean Croak, who has been listening this morning, he always says he always really kind of starts with his tires. It almost feels like, we always begin logically with the foundation, and our tires and our brakes are really the front line for what happens next, because everything else, when it goes wrong, shuts you down. When those two things go wrong, when your brakes and tires go wrong, when your brakes go wrong, that's when you really end up in a pretty accelerated fashion in the ditch, sometimes on your side, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. There's something to that old saying, where the rubber meets the road, because, when you stop and think about it, where the tires meet the road, the amount of grip they have, it's, no matter how much horsepower you got in that engine or anything else, without getting that good grip, you can't go down the road very well. And that grip is also necessary for braking action to work properly as well. So, again, so much of it all intertwines with itself, right? So, not one part is that much more important than another part, but stopping is a very, very critical part of the truck. So I because a lot of people look at it as an 80,000-pound missile going down the road.
I've always thought of it as a fire-breathing dragon that we actually have the ability to actually kind of bring to a stop, which is a rare thing when it comes to fire-breathing dragons.
It is.
And I wanted to ask one of those questions that I have an idea about and understand, but I figure you give me more detailed things. So we talk about the idea of the tire and the grip and the idea how much wear and tear on brakes is the result of the tires not being properly aligned, not being changed soon enough. How much wear and tear can happen in regards to brake maintenance because of the lack of care for tires. And am I making sense?
Yeah, no, you're making perfect sense because it's almost like a symbiosis, right? They really do have to work together to stop the vehicle, which is the ultimate goal. But when you really look at it and break it down, uneven tire wear, the different tread depths on one side of the same axle versus the other side, that's going to create some issues with the braking system, not only from a standpoint of when you step on the brakes as far as stopping and the way it stops, because it's naturally going to try to turn that axle some because you got one wheel end that's actually rotating, at less revolutions than the other. But when it does see that, you still have the analog brake system, which is looking at wheel speed sensors on the end, and it don't care the size of the tire that's actually on the road. It just knows how many revolutions it's doing. So what it does is it actually sees one end, slowing down faster than the other end. Well, to ABS, an ABS computer, when it sees that, it's like, oh, I have a brake trying to lock up. So I need to adjust air pressure on this side or that side, depending on which one it's seeing, to actually make these things stop evenly. And so what happens is it actually fires off, using electrical current and stuff, fires off a modulator to either hold pressure in one end or release it or, something like that to help control that air pressure that's at the wheel end. And because that's kind of how ABS works. But what you have to think about is when everything's working perfectly, ABS is just there, it's just not doing anything until you hit that brake pedal. And then when you do hit it, the more it has to use that, it's just like with anything, the more you flip that light switch on and off, the less times you have left in the lifetime of that switch for it to go on and off. So, yes. A long answer to a short question, I guess.
No, but it's a great reminder, though. It's a great reminder that brake maintenance actually begins with tire maintenance. I mean, that's just at the end of the day, that's the truth of the matter, and that a lot of problems that people, that's what I was getting at, a lot of problems people encounter with their brakes, they might have wanted to start with their tires, and in doing so, might have avoided the need to do the kind of brake maintenance that they might be faced with down the road. I want to talk about the brake inspection week really quickly, though. Make sure we dig into this. It's August the 24th through the 30th. And in many ways, what the CVSA inspectors are going to be looking at is a kind of a really good model before you get there for what you should have looked at before you actually go on the road that week, right? So what are they looking at, and how can that actually help inform us for what maintenance should be like around our brakes?
Well, I can tell you, most brake inspections always start with, how much travel do you see out of your slack adjusters, your brake chambers. And here's one thing I'll say, and it amazes me that this is the year 2025. In 1998, most every manufacturer, any truck since 1998 or thereabouts, has come from the manufacturer, been manufactured with automatic slack adjusters. Well, in 2006, there was an amendment to Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard 121, FMVSS 121, that actually stated that you can't simply adjust an automatic slack adjuster. If it's out of adjustment, meaning that the stroke is out, and that's the first thing that most inspectors are going to check is that stroke. You can't just simply adjust it. You got to figure out why is it out, because you haven't. It means something with that automatic slack adjuster is not working properly. Now, I don't mean the slack adjuster itself is bad, and I know this is getting very technical for drivers and everything, but it's a simple thing, because it amazes me how many drivers we still see in our own shops that come in and say, "Hey, I need my brakes adjusted." You can't do that. you can't, as a service facility, or even if, as a fleet service facility, if it's a big fleet, whatever, you can't simply adjust brakes that have automatic slack adjusters because the driver is saying, "Hey, I need my brakes adjusted." Okay, that's not a complaint. Is it not stopping properly? What is the complaint? But as a technician, we actually can't just adjust brakes. We got to figure out, why is that stroke out? First of all, is the stroke out, right? So there's a lot of little factors there.
Well, that means basically you become a trucker whisperer in some ways, because people will say things, people will walk in and say things, and you say, "I don't think you really mean that." Or if you mean that, that's not going to float. We can do this instead. And therefore, that's the other thing we always talk about when you and I get a chance to talk, is how we as people who are driving trucks, who are basically operating machinery, can talk to our maintenance providers. And it really does help to kind of talk about the particulars and the specifics, which is why we say, what kind of noise is it making? What is it doing that it's not supposed to be doing? What is it doing that it's supposed to be doing but not doing well? And that, in many ways, is a better way to kind of go about the business of communicating with our maintenance providers, correct?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And it's one of those things, when was it doing this? When did this occur? What was happening at that time? I was going uphill, it was raining, blah, blah, blah. All those little things can really help pinpoint where an issue could be, especially when it's something very vague, like, "Yeah, I just need my brakes adjusted." Well, okay. Why? There's old saying, and I don't want to get into old manufacturing processes and whole lean principles and stuff like that, but a five, you ask the question why 5 times, and they call that 5 why. You're digging in, trying to find the root cause of analysis of a problem, and that's that one simple word with a question mark, why, can really go a long ways when you truly start answering those and ask the right why.
Yeah, because, and you make a good point. When was this happening and where was this happening become a big issue. We've covered a couple of these points already by actually having longer form conversations about process. Talk to our friends out there a little bit about what are all the kind of possibilities of what could go wrong with brakes, and what are the simple kind of ways of preventing them from going wrong, or what you guys as maintenance providers are looking for when you take a look at somebody's brakes.
Well, for instance, I mentioned that, all brake inspections are going to start with checking this, the stroke travel, the travel of the push rod, on the brake chamber. Well, even with something as simple as that travels out, that slack adjuster, it's not adjusting up, hey, my brakes aren't working as well as they did, something like that. Well, when we look at that, I have seen just a quick little story. I saw it. Now this was on a motorhome, not on a tractor, but it could happen on anything. But the motorhome had been built 2 years prior and sitting on a lot, brand new. Somebody buys it, and they start down the road. It won't stop, or don't stop very well at all. Get to looking at it, and every one of the brakes were out of stroke. Well, why? But simply because on a slack adjuster, there's a little clevis pin in there. And every time that the brakes are applied, it moves. Well, that clevis pin has to rotate in order for the automatic adjusting feature of that slack adjuster to work properly. So if that clevis pin even freezes up, and it's just a little pin in there with a little cotter pin in the end, but if that freezes up, it may not adjust properly. So little things like that are really where you start. Hey, brake try adjustment. Hey, can I turn this, as a technician, and that's what I tell guys, and make sure you can turn any clevis pins on that slack adjuster by hand. When the brakes aren't applied, when there's no pressure on it, whatever. Because it should be able to rotate. If it can't rotate, that could be the problem. So I mean, little things like that you can find, and that's something even a driver as you're walking around, or if you're one of those drivers that likes to slide underneath your truck or your trailer and take a good look at everything, maybe do your own maintenance, with a grease gun under there, feel those things. Those are little things you can do that could really help yourself, in the long run with stuff like that. So.
By the way, I'm going back from the document you sent, and one that I've gotten from other sources as well, too. Brake Safety Week aims to improve commercial motor vehicle brake safety throughout North America. The goal is to eliminate roadway crashes by conducting roadside inspections and educating drivers, mechanic, large and small fleet motor carriers, owner-operators, and others on the importance of proper brake inspection, maintenance, and operation. And I was kind of curious as to what your brake inspection week is like. Do they send people in to kind of talk to you guys about that stuff as well? I mean, how do they? I know how they handle the roadside inspections. I know all of that. I wasn't aware of the in-depth sort of pushing they have across the industry and into the supply chain as well. Can you talk a bit about that to give people a sense of the comprehensiveness of what these folks are up to?
Yeah, typically, especially with us, being a service provider, we start talking it up, through all of our shops, through phone calls, meetings we may have, online meetings, things like that, conference calls, whatever. But we start talking it up and making sure all of our managers are aware of when it is. Make sure your technicians know, schedule your technicians properly. Any of your brake certified technicians, make sure they're there during the day. That way, if we have a customer comes in, hey, I just had this brake inspection done. They've got me out of service. I need to get this fixed. They're waiting outside the gate, whatever, make sure I'm fixed before I can go. Different things like that. We let them know, hey, we got to be prepared for that week, because it's a good chance, we'll see an increase in, even road calls, hey, at the scales, we got to go to the scales and see what's going on with this guy's brakes, things like that. So just to try to make sure our staffing's up, and honestly, it's not just us. Any service provider that's out there, especially that performs road calls and things like that, they're going to step it up for that week and try to schedule, because we know the inspectors are out there. They're going to find issues, right? So that's what they're out there for. They want to find those issues. So.
Yeah, and by the way, you said find those issues as opposed to hand out violations. I mean, yes, all that stuff occurs, but this really is one of the things I always tell people having a background in law enforcement is that people need to understand that if, in fact, you're doing everything right, it's still important for them sometimes to look over what is being done right, because it gives them a baseline. Sometimes they'll do an inspection and be like, this nails it, and you'll notice that there'll be two inspectors on the scene, one of whom is just getting up to speed. This is a training opportunity for them too, which is why why people should be really, really kind of easygoing about this when it in fact occurs to them. I wanted to talk about the PBBTs, and I wanted to talk about when they get that data, when they look at it, does that inform you guys as well? When you look at all the kind of, when their results come out, does that help inform what TA is up to in regards to providing maintenance and understanding of what to look for?
Well, I mean, that performance-based brake testers, not all, I would think that most every state has, at least one setup of that they'll use, but not every inspection will have, they're not going to have that, because that piece of technology is rather expensive.
Yeah.
to keep it lightly, it's rather expensive, but it's a great tester. I mean, it really is, because they can even with that machine when they put that on there and test your brakes with that performance test with that machine. It can indicate, hey, this side's braking harder than this side. It allows them to dig a little deeper, not only that, but it helps them with, statistical analysis, like you said, training, if they got new officers that are there performing inspections and stuff like that. But not only that, but as far as it can give feedback, not just to the fleets, but to service providers like ourselves about, hey, 52% of, the trucks we found had this issue, 25% only had this issue. So which can help, guide the industry into the direction of, okay, we need to be looking at these things a little closer, obviously, right? So.
Yeah, I mean that really is kind of the core of the situation, is kind of understanding what the week is all about, so that you're ready for it, but also understanding that they're really, like I said, this isn't a manhunt, this isn't a crime sweep, and this isn't an opportunity to make a lot of money out there, in regards to scooping people up and imposing fines and all that kind of stuff. It really is an attempt to it's also about developing policy too, because the more they see of one thing, they're able to issue a report saying these are the basic problems, and if you guys look at the report, say, okay, now we can talk to the people that we provide maintenance for with, this is what's happening out there, this is what you have to look at. I was kind of curious as well, too, in regards to the management. There are two kind of elements, well, three elements to maintenance. There is the maintenance you can do yourself. There is the ongoing maintenance, like checkups at the doctors, and then there's you screwed up, you didn't check your stuff, and now you got to get it fixed, although you could also put in there accidents happen. And you talked a little bit about what people can do, before they ever come to see you. What is kind of a good strategy in regards to your own sort of maintenance of the brakes? How do you do your own inspections? What are you looking for? If you, in fact, are somebody, before you go into the shop, not only is it good to say what happened and where it happened, but I also saw this. I mean, nobody expects these men and women to become complete brake experts, although I know a few. But what can they look for to help you do your job?
Well, I don't know about nowadays, but I know used to way back in last century. I'll just say that last century when the CDLs first became a thing. When I got my CDLs, there was a lot just on the written test about air brakes, which I honestly, as a technician, I already knew, but I remember thinking when I took that, man, how do these drivers know these things? Where are they learning this from? Well, it was in a book that you could study for, different things like that. And of course, nowadays I know it's all a little bit more concentrated, compacted, things like that. But to kind of, I didn't mean to get sidetracked there, Jimmy.
That's okay. But that's what
took me off in the weeds.
That's what maintenance does, though. It gets us a little sidetracked. I mean, that's exactly it. You have to kind of know this. It's like you can't have an ongoing relationship with a maintenance provider if, in fact, you don't know what it is they're performing maintenance on. Then it just turns into gobbledygook. Like, do whatever you have to do. And for every legitimate group of people like you, there's always somebody that walks out, looks at your truck, and says, "Yep, that's going to run you." I mean, that's that's it.
Well, and another part of that is, as most of us as service providers, we offer DOT inspections. One of the biggest confusion points I see from drivers, and honestly from a lot of fleets, is that, hey, we just went through a brake inspection. I just got a DOT inspection at your place last week, and then I got put out of service here. I had a CVSA inspection here and got put out of service. Why did you not find it on the DOT inspection? Well, they're two different inspections, and that's something a lot of people don't really realize. The yearly annual DOT inspection is a very, very high level inspection in relation to what you will see when an officer stops you and gives you a CVSA level 1 inspection, because it's a lot more thorough. There's a lot more criteria for putting the vehicle out of service than it is with a federal annual inspection. So it's really difficult to get people to comprehend the difference between those two inspections. So if you just think of it as that DOT, that annual, it basically it's been kind of chopped up over the years, and and some things were kind of thrown out of it, and this, that, and the other. It's the government we're dealing with. So, if they can make something a little bit easier, they're going to eventually, and that's what they've done over the years with that DOT annual inspection. It's really, really, it's at that 20,000 foot level where that inspection you get on the side of the road and get that CVSA sticker is from a 10-foot level, not 20,000 foot. So there's a big difference in the criteria, around those different inspections. So I think it's a good thing that people really understand that. It's going to be a lot more thorough when you get those inspections on the side of the road, than just getting the DOT. Because honestly, we'll see that customers will come in, hey, brake leaks next week, I need a DOT. Well, all that, as far as the brakes go, that's basically going to tell you, hey, your brake stroke is within standards, and I don't see any obvious signs of chafing on airlines or anything like that. That's basically what it's going to tell you, and your air system seems to be performing. But there's no big cracks in drums or anything like that. It's a little bit different. So
I'm going to make you laugh, by the way, before we wrap up with Kevin Lindsay. This is actually on the chat, by the way. Our good friend Trucker Bosun says, don't forget how proper engine braking can extend brake lining's entire life. And then Paranormal Pie Man writes, yes, but please turn them off in the truck stop. If you need them in a truck stop, you're going too fast. Flat ground to low speed application. That's my opinion on Jake's. And then finally, this is really funny. Beach Bum says, when you spend way too much money on chrome and have an extended wheelbase tractor for no reason, and you have no other reason for everybody to look at you, you have to leave on your Jake brakes. Laugh out loud. And, of course, that set off a lot of laughs there. I thought you might get a kick out of that. I did, too. I'm like going, I've got to wait for the right moment to kind of jump in. But to go back to Trucker Bosun's point, sometimes actually driving properly can really extend the life of your brakes, and we need to remember that.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. It's a huge part of it. It's think about it like this. There's so many drivers out there, especially owner operators, so concerned with fuel economy, right? I mean, for as long as I've been in this industry, tires and fuel, that's always been the top two costs, in trucking, so everybody concentrates on that fuel economy. Well, think about brake economy. How can I make my brakes last longer? And you can do that by increase fuel economy at the same way, just by driving habits, right? So, easy on the throttle, easy off the throttle, easy on the brake applications, things like that. So pay attention, right? That's a big part of it.
Yeah, just drive better. Straight up drive better, by the way. That's how you maintain maintenance around here, guys. Drive better. Kevin Lindsay, of course, is the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America. Kevin, thank you. It always goes by so amazingly fast. I really appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Hey, my pleasure. My pleasure. Everybody be safe out there.
By the way, and drive safely. If you drive safely, you'll actually find that maintenance matters a little bit less because you're maintaining what you need to do. We'll be right back, by the way. Reeves Across America is coming up. Got a lot of content coming up here that was actually created beforehand. Our friends from Reeves are going to be here, followed by a great Highway to Health with Dr. Julie Gatza. Go to ShadyRays.com. They got your back. Woo!
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes, I am joined by two wonderful gentlemen with the trucking industry. I've got John Elliott, who's the executive chairman, and Nick Miller, VP of Capacity for Load One Transportation and Logistics, LLC. Gentlemen, thank you both for joining me today on Trucking Tributes.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Absolutely my pleasure. Now, we've got some really fun, exciting news to unpack that's actually probably been announced already this morning, but they're going to let me have a go at you two guys as well to talk a little bit more in depth about the trucking industry and your involvement with Wreaths Across America. So we're very excited about that today. John, I want to start with you, if you don't mind. If you would please, for our listening audience, tell us how it is that you got involved in the trucking industry to begin with and what attracted you to the industry.
When I was a kid, I watched BJ and the Bear, and I always wanted to have a monkey. Or the other version of the story, my grandfather was in trucking, got his first truck, became an owner-operator, then built trucking companies. I went to work for the family company when I was right out of college for a few years and determined that working for a family company was not my destiny. I was meant to go off on my own, and that's what I did.
What is it about the industry, John, that has kept you involved?
You know, one is what I knew growing up. I was a third generation, but you realize the importance of the industry, what it provides for our country, for Americans, the jobs it creates, the services that we provide, both in a business aspect, but in also times of disaster or charitable things, and things like Wreath Across America, that we were able to touch people and industries in different ways. And that it's always been a rather exciting or interesting business, even on days I wish it wasn't. It is, it's something new every day. And, it's just, again, for me, I guess it's in my blood, a lot like Nick.
As they say, diesel runs through the veins, right, John? Absolutely.
Very true.
Nick Miller, VP Capacity for Load One Transportation and Logistics. Same question for you, my friend. How long have you been in the trucking industry, and what attracted you to the industry to begin with?
Oddly enough, John and I share almost the exact same tenure and the exact same reason we got into the business. This will be the year 37 for me in the business. I got into it because of I'm a third generation. My grandfather was a truck driver. He owned a company in Illinois, a small company that hauled livestock, and then he became a truck driver for a large carrier at the time. My uncles have been in it. My dad was in it, and I had two choices coming from a small town. Either I became a farmer, which none of my family farmed, or I was in the trucking industry. So trucking is in my blood. I like to joke and say that I was born with grease under my fingernails, and honestly, it's almost the truth.
Almost the truth. I love that. Gentlemen, it's been an exciting tenure, obviously, for both of you being in the trucking industry, and I've met you along the way in different capacities, trucking shows or meetings and that sort of thing. John, describe for us Load One LLC. Talk to us a little bit about the fleet and explain how you operate.
So, we're an asset-based expedited trucking company. In that, what we do is really different than most trucking companies. Trucking companies generally looking to optimize, they're running regular routes, and that we're really more the ambulance of trucking. Our fleet is everything from tractor trailers, curtain side flatbeds, sleeper straight trucks, sprinter vans. We're really the ambulance of the industry. We run all over the country, the U.S. and Canada, and we service Mexico as well through our partnerships at the border. So we also are a very large brokerage of moving time critical freight, and one of the top three largest expedite providers in the United States.
Nick, your role as VP of Capacity, what does that entail? What's it involve?
It entails managing the fleet, assisting the fleet in various forms, from just advice to the fleet. I manage a fleet management group of 3 people. Each one of those people are responsible for each equipment type. So questions, issues, concerns, helping repositioning of equipment. I also oversee the recruiting department at Fleet and Safety and maintenance. So my role today encompasses a lot. And then in addition, I also have outside capacity too from our partner carriers too. I've got responsibility over that.
I really love John's description of the company as the ambulance of the industry, so to speak, and that really speaks volumes. In what capacity would you describe that? Everyone in Trucking Tribute's probably very familiar with the industry and how that operates, John, but how would you describe it to the layperson when you say Load One is the ambulance of the industry? I love that.
We're the guy somebody calls when they say, "Oh crap." It may be as simple as it may be a load of auto parts that's going to shut down the assembly line. It could be an envelope that has a computer chip in it for a robotics machine. It could be, we've moved time critical pharmaceutical like baby formula, aerospace. I mean, it high value concert equipment. You'll have these giant concert arenas where they'll have 30 semis that haul for each concert, and they leapfrog each other. Well, suddenly you get there and all of a sudden one piece is missing or one piece is broke when they got to put something together, and suddenly they got to get a piece from one to the next one and leapfrog it. It could be sometimes it's special event things, like you take like a championship or World Series or Super Bowl or something, and okay, well, that game's going to end, and by tomorrow morning, the sporting goods stores need to have those T-shirts and hats and that say Super Bowl winner in there. Well, suddenly those things have to happen all overnight, all over the country. So we do a lot of very complex things. We're not the basic A to B on a schedule back and forth. So our drivers have to be some of the best in the industry. They have to be prepared to adapt and overcome. It's a little bit of like the military to an extent. That you need to be ready and adapt and overcome and learn to improvise, and it's our job to get it done, no matter what it takes, no matter what size of piece of equipment it takes. If we have to put it in the air, we put it in the air. It just, if it's got to be done, it's got to be done. Basic trucking. I grew up in. My family had a big automotive related trucking company, just hauled auto parts, and it's a much simpler animal just going back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about it as you're describing it, and I think you guys have to be super nimble. And I'm thinking, from your dispatch scenario of, oh my God, we've got to get it where, when. I got to say, as a musician, I'm mighty grateful to you for that, because when you get on stage and you're ready to go and you realize your subwoofers are missing, it's really disconcerting. So it's great to know that you are out there as the ambulance of the industry. And both of you guys have been involved for some time. I'm speaking with John Elliott, Executive Chairman, and Nick Miller, VP of Capacity with Load One Transportation and Logistics. They are home ported out of Detroit, and they've been with us for a long time. I obviously know that Heather and Mike Deedy have been with us on the road every year since I can recall being involved with Wreaths Across America, doing the annual wreath escort from Maine to Arlington National Cemetery, and always been involved. But you guys have been involved in other ways as well, which is really super special. So, John, what can you recall as your first introduction to Wreaths Across America and what that looked like?
God, it had to be, and I apologize, I should know the number, but I'm really bad at dates and that. It's probably been 15 years or longer. I think that's how we originally, as a company, got involved with TCA and Truckload Carriers Association, because they were heavily vested in the charity. We had the first couple of years, it was kind of funny. We were doing one load, then two loads, and we were picking up in Maine, and we were delivering to Alabama, down in Mississippi. And it was after the company grew, and we asked to take on more loads and more loads. One time, I asked, "Hey, are there any odds we can get one to Michigan? It'd be great to include our people." And they're like, "Well, why would you want one to Michigan?" And I'm like, "Well, we're based here." And they're like, "Oh, we always thought you were based in Alabama." I'm like, "No, we just went there because that's what you guys said you were sending us." And that, but it was really an amazing experience. I used to fly down to meet the trucks in Alabama. I would go to Maine, then I get back on another plane, come back, then a couple of days later fly to Alabama, and then we got the opportunity to deliver to Arlington, so I started then flying from there to Arlington. Then we got the I'll say a coveted spot in the convoy down to Arlington. Like I said, we provide a sleeper straight truck. It is a little more nimble than the tractor trailers, and that our teams, again, we're very specialized what we do. They would organize the race, have the ceremonial race. They would prepare them. So every time that convoy stopped, they would know that what the next reef was. And it's always interesting because sometimes that truck would break away from the convoy and then rejoin the convoy. I can remember one time they were placing one at the Statue of Liberty, and it was, you might remember the dimensions. It was a very large wreath that they were placing there. It had to be put together but the truck went over on the ferry to Ellis Island, and then on the ferry back, and then caught up overnight with the convoy, and that to get back in place. We would also often break away when it made it to Arlington, and we would break away to the Pentagon to deliver the wreaths for 9/11 that would place on the fence of the Pentagon and that. So it's got to do, again, what we do. We do a lot of different interesting things than just getting from Maine to Arlington. We're zip-zagging all over while the regular trucks just went straight.
I was always amazed at Heather's ability to keep it all together, because one of the phrases when you hear us at Wreaths Across America say, welcome to Wreaths Across America, that means that something may not have gone quite as we intended it to go, or as we had planned it and we're pinch hitting and we're trying to figure something out, and for her to be able to work with us and figure that all out. And of course, all your folks there at Load One to figure it all out for us as we were problem solving right on the fly. So very impressive. Nick Miller, what was your first understanding or involvement with Wreaths Across America?
Jokingly, it was 10 years ago. John said that he wanted to get away from the day-to-day of Reach Across America and turn it over to me. No, that's that's jokingly. It was 10 years ago. I've been with the company 11 years. 10 years ago, John asked me to take over the ownership of Reach Across America and watch the trucks and make sure that everything that he had been doing in the past, we stayed the course with, and luckily I've been able to continue that process. My best experience so far, year one, I got the opportunity to ride in the convoy to Holly National Cemetery. It was, I think it was probably the last big convoy that they had that ran up there, and I was fortunate enough to ride up there. It's quite an event. It's quite an event to go there, but it's different being part of the convoy and seeing all the people lined up, watching the trucks come in, and it's different riding in the convoy definitely than just being there.
Yeah, I rode in with Rob Worcester a couple of times into Arlington. I remember my first experience was sitting on a 5-gallon Home Depot bucket, and back of the vehicles we had too many guys, and that. But those are. I hate to sound that they're exaggerated or embellished, but to say they're life-changing experiences. But I can say, like, having been to Arlington numerous times for Wreath Day, I won't say it's life-changing, but it's definitely something you reflect upon. It's something that impacts you greatly.
Many
Definitely.
actually do, John. Many actually do say it was life-changing, particularly our drivers, professional drivers. Many of them, of course, military veterans themselves, will often call the load of veterans wreaths that they're hauling the most precious cargo of their entire career. And many have, in fact, described it as a life-changing experience, whether they've gone to Arlington National Cemetery or one of our over 5,000 participating locations now in 2025. You are listening to Trunking Tributes. I'm your host for Trunking Tributes, Susan Patton, and we want to thank the folks at RadioNemo for having us on this morning. Really great to have their listeners with us as well so that we can get extra ears on the program because, no joke here, no secret, I'm holding nothing back, gentlemen, we need trucks. Every year the mission grows. It grows by all of the patriotic citizens out there who are saying and stepping up saying, we'll place wreaths, we'll become a location coordinator, we will do all this. And Courtney George, our director of transportation, of course, tells us that in 2025 our payload's probably going to increase by 100,000 to 200,000 veterans wreaths, and that means we need the trucks and the transportation. And by golly, just listening to you gentlemen talk today, it is just so impressive because Load One truly has been with Wreaths Across America for so many years. And, you know, we can joke about it and tease about it, but what it looked like that day one versus what it looks like now in 2025. But you have seen us through so much growth and development as an organization, and it wouldn't be because of the patience and the guidance of our transportation industry like you gentlemen and Load One that we would get it done and get it done properly. Because as you know, Karen Worcester, our executive director, often says, we didn't start out to do this. Trucking and logistics is not our bag, right? So when the mission started to grow by leaps and bounds from people getting involved, we needed help, and we needed help in the transportation industry, and Load One has always been there. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, that this makes this a very special Trucking Tributes show, because Courtney George mentioned it earlier today on Wreaths Across America Radio, but we are letting you know once again that Load One is the 9th recipient of the James Prout Spirit of Giving Award. Now, those unfamiliar, James Prout was our first professional company, our first professional driver to haul America's respect in the form of veterans wreaths. James Prout owned Bluebird Ranch Trucking out of Jonesboro, Maine. And when Morrill said, hey, we've got 5,000 wreaths headed to Arlington National Cemetery, how on earth do we get them there? James Prout was the first individual to step up and back the whole mission way back when. And we are honored every year to be honoring a trucking transportation company with the James Prout Spirit of Giving Award. Now Load One Transportation Logistics out of Detroit is the 9th recipient this year of that award. John, what's it feel like to you?
You know, it's I guess the term I'll use is humbling. I feel like I say that a lot in my career. You know, we did the things and made the choices we made, not for accolades or awards, but to try to help and to give back. And it's been very rewarding watching the charity grow, watching the you know, I was ex-military, so it extra special to me. Seeing the evolution of it, seeing what the family has done with it, being able to be part of it, and that, I mean, and there's just like I said, the experiences for our staff, the experiences for myself on a personal basis, being at Arlington numerous times. I mean, I can remember years ago when Afghanistan and that was active, and one of our trucks went in early the day before the wreath laying ceremony because they did a special ceremony for the families of the newly fallen that would be more private and intimate. And I was there with our truck, and when you see the sacrifice, when you see the wife and the children, small children, laying on a headstone or against the headstone and crying, and you know, and the ground's fresh, and you know that's when you see what real sacrifice is, and that versus, you know, the next day is amazing and touching, but when you see that the people that it impacts in that moment, and you realize that yeah, a lot of us served, a lot of us gave, but some gave all. And I mean, literally, I had to walk around the other side of the truck and like pull my composure together. I'm like, okay, breathe, John. You not, not cry here. This is, but those are when you realize what it's all really, really for and what it's all about.
Thank you for that, John, because you're absolutely right. It is about the families and the gratitude of the families and the fact that they know, our Gold Star families tell us all the time that their biggest fear is that their loved one will be forgotten, that their loved one's sacrifice and service will be in vain, and that they won't be remembered for that. And by golly, at Wreaths Across America, as you know, we are about remembering that. John, how did you serve? Let's touch on that a bit.
I was in the U.S. Army and Army Reserves for 12 years.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your service. We appreciate that. And Nick, back to you now in terms of your thoughts upon receiving the Spirit of Giving Award.
We don't do this for any awards. We do it because it's in our opinion, it's probably the best cause, the best thing that we could possibly do every year. We've won numerous awards, and we win those awards because we want to be the best. This isn't about an award. It's about doing what's right for the people that we respect and feel that it's needed.
Nick, have you served yourself, sir, or do you have any members of your family who have served?
I have not served. I did have an uncle that served in Vietnam. And he was one of the truck drivers that I spoke about earlier, but did succumb to complications to Agent Orange because of Vietnam.
Working for me is like suffering and being enlisted anyway, I'm sure.
It's tough duty, huh? Tough duty.
Yeah,
it's all in different ways.
Yeah. It's sometimes it's terrible working for John Elliott.
Well, hey, I've seen him in action, so you can see where it might be a rough duty every once in a while. You never know.
Yeah.
Well, we've got
no complaints here.
We've certainly got to let the listeners know on Radio Nemo, listening to Trucking Tributes today, that Load One LLC had absolutely no idea that this was coming. So as they both are very humble to say that they don't do this for accolades, for awards, they had no idea that this was coming, and it was truly our honor. It is an award that is given annually. The transportation sector of Wreaths Across America determines who receives the award every year. And we were just thrilled to know that the decision this year was with Load One LLC. It really, really is important. John, what are we not talking about that you think is important about either how you perform for us at Wreaths Across America or the mission in general?
I think the military and trucking are very related or relatable industries, and they're supportive of each other and their need of each other. It was the charity that initially brought me to the Truckload Carriers Association, and I can look at I later became chairman of the TCA, and the rewards that I was able to get back to our industry and work with our industry and fight on behalf of our industry and our drivers who are out there every day putting their lives at risk, and what the benefit was back to my company and everything. So I look and say, here's a case where something started with a charitable intention and how it went full circle, and through not only myself but through our company and our industry and what it was able to do in that. So I can't say enough about it, that it really is. I would encourage anyone who's thinking about it out there to make a donation. If you can afford to donate a truck, please do. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities to give and to help, and every little bit helps in that. And again, I think they will find that the ROI in that donation, emotionally and mentally in that is great.
Thank you for saying that and making that pitch, John, because you were absolutely right. As I mentioned before on Trucking Tributes, the secret's out. We need trucks. We need trucks. And as Courtney George is always telling folks, don't stop and think, oh, I can't do it for this reason, or I can't do it for that reason. Don't let there be an obstacle. Give Courtney a call. Give the trucking division a call, because I am always amazed every year about their willingness and ability to create solutions and to create partnerships and relationships among transportation companies that can help you get it done. She says she can't load a tanker and she can't load a flatbed, but we know folks who have trailers and Conestogas and everything else that we can put that relationship together and we can make it happen. So if you, in fact, are listening to Trucking Tributes today and you have a desire to become a member of our honor fleet, and frankly, I will tell you, after doing Trucking Tributes since 2017 or so, the best of the best are members of our honor fleet at Wreaths Across America, and we are so humbled by that. So if you are one of those best of the best out there that thinking about it, sitting on the edge, don't wait any longer. Reach out to the transportation division. We are growing every single year. This year in 2025, we are going to be at we already are over 5,000 participating locations. That is in addition to Arlington National Cemetery. We need the big trucks. We need the little trucks. We need the small pup trailers. We need we need whatever you can possibly find in your heart to donate, because the mission is growing in every year. And we've got a lot of volunteers on the ground who are waiting to honor the fallen in their local cemeteries and are waiting on you to get those veterans wreaths. And another point too, as I'm speaking, to think about is that you do not have to come to Maine necessarily. If that's too much of a haul for you, call us again, figure it out. We've got well over 8 operating cross docks. I've been working in the transportation division at this point to increase our capacity in that regard, bringing on more cross docks throughout the country. We have relationships with, and have intermodal loads and relationships with railroad companies and boating companies, and you name it. We make it happen throughout the country as this mission to remember, honor, and teach grows. Nick, before we wrap up today on Trucking Tributes, do you have any thoughts or anecdotal stories or what have you that you think might be of interest to our Trucking Tributes listeners that we can
the only thing that I can say is, if you ever have a question on whether I should or should not do something like this, go to a cemetery during Wreath Lane, participate. It will change your mindset in minutes on whether you should or should not do something like this.
It absolutely does. And if they've been listening to Trucking Tributes for any length of time, they know right from the mouths of our professional drivers, who, as many of them are veterans themselves, have said that this is the most precious load that they have carried. And it makes that impact on the families. And when you can be a part of that positive impact for these families who have given us all, it truly is a rewarding experience. So Load 1, Transportation and Logistics out of Detroit, congratulations. I'm so thrilled that I was able to talk to you today on Trucking Tributes, because they are the 9th recipient of the James Prout Spirit of Giving Award. We are just so humbled by your involvement, gentlemen, and that of all of your employees and your staff who work with us every year to make it happen. We cannot thank you enough from the bottoms of our hearts.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the award and for having us today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We're back with more Road Gang Radio live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, Facebook, RadioNemo.com with good old Jimmy. Let's keep it rolling, baby!
Well, as you guys know, today we've actually had the 1,000th episode of Tech Talk with TMC. One of the other long-running segments on this show on the previous platform and platforms even before that was Highway to Health. It is near and dear to Dave's heart because, in fact, if you are not all together as yourself behind the wheel, it doesn't matter what's under the hood. It doesn't matter where you're sitting. It doesn't matter who you work for. It's going to be a very, very short trip. This is a chance to actually kind of dig in and figure out better strategies for living, better strategies for life, and a highway that leads to health. Dr. Julie Gatza, by the way, is a health educator, a nutrition expert, a chiropractic physician, and the founder of Florida's Wellness Institutes. She comes on here to discuss the latest trends and how to find the root causes of common ailments and fix them for more energy and improved health, and has actually done this with us before on many occasions. It's her first time appearing on this new platform. Hey, Dr. Julie, how are you? Welcome back.
Thanks. I'm good. I'm glad to be here.
Interestingly enough, I've actually been having an easier time this summer in the last month or so because I made the decision I'm going to stop eating heavy. The heat is actually killing me. I'm going to swap over to salads and some fresh fruit. And I think part of what you kind of want to talk about here is that as the temperatures get higher, people don't eat the way they should and they don't take care of themselves in regards to their dietary approaches when we deal with the hot town summer in the city or even the concrete and the asphalt coming off the long drives people take. How do we actually prepare to eat on a regular basis and make sure our digestion is in the right place during those awfully hot summer months?
Well, since digestion is basically the most important body part that should be working efficiently because that's how you're getting in all your nutrition, that's the one that I put the most attention on in the last 34 years of doctoring. And what happens when you have heat or stress or a broken ankle or a fight or poor sleep, any of these stressors ask other systems to work in priority compared to digestion. So digestion goes a little dormant, it goes quiet, it's not the one that's kicking hard. So if you're under any type of stress, heat included, that's when you'll want to eat foods that you can break down better, whether that be soup and broth and things like that, light salads, steam your vegetables a bit to give yourself the ability to break down the cell wall. If you're going to eat the protein, and I always encourage you to eat it first, fish and chicken and lighter proteins, eggs would be better for you than eating a lot of heavy red meat and a lot of carbs at this point.
In regards to strategies for when we should actually begin refueling, I had a friend of mine who once told me, he said, God, I wish we were like cars. And I said, well, what do you mean? He said, I wish you actually had this tank that told you when it was time to refill it. And you can just run the tank down and refill it and never go above it, never top the line. And I said, that's not exactly right, my friend. I said, that's not exactly, I said, you don't want that kind of situation, that kind of setup. I wanted to talk about strategies for refueling. Are there numerous approaches, or is there a really kind of optimum approach for when we should eat during the summer months, particularly in hotter regions?
You know, there's numerous approaches. I like when people switch it up a bit. Some people do very well with intermittent fasting and having only one meal a day. Other people need 5, 6 small meals within the day. Some do fine just with 3. And you can find your happy medium somewhere in there if you just goof around with it a bit. I do say eat when you're hungry. There's no need to sit down and have to eat just because you have to eat, unless you have a blood sugar problem. I think it's good for the body to actually think it's a little stressed out on, needing food and not constantly keeping it sated and filled at all levels.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about, too, and I know this ties in amazingly, and many of our listeners know to do this, but some of them, I make a joke all the time, and Dre knows it too well. My father-in-law knows it too well. I said, God deliver me from one old man who won't drink water. And the thing about consuming water is that, if I understand correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that our desire to actually satiate our thirst is not too different from our desire to actually eat. And is it always a good idea before deciding to eat to actually drink the water that you need to make sure that you're actually hungry? Am I understanding that correctly?
There's double viewpoints on it. The water has a tendency to dilute your digestive enzymes.
Okay.
And we aren't making enough of them anyhow. Our food source isn't so great. What we're doing to our soil and all the different, pesticides that we're using, we don't have the nutrition in our food the way we did in the 70s. So when you're consuming a lot of water during or before a meal, you're diluting your digestive enzymes, and that's going to keep you from getting the nutrients from your food. So I would say the best strategy you can have with water is to drink frequently. You don't have to gulp it all at once, but frequent sipping of water throughout the day would hydrate your cells and keep you, feeling really good. And the average is about 8-ounce glasses in a day. Now, if you're bigger, more. If you're smaller, you can get away with a little less.
And you say about the idea of it breaking down and diluting our digestive enzymes. Are there any things that we can consume as, like, I'm going to call it an appetizer for lack of a better word? Are there or ways of priming the pump? Are there things that we can begin to consume that will get them going and actually put us in a position to maximize our nutrient access to the food that we're consuming?
Yeah, and that's a good question. We have so many ethnicities in this country, and so many of these groups brought their own sort of aids to digestion. Mm-hmm. You've got the Germans with the sauerkraut and kimchi in Korea, and ginger with the Japanese, and you've got the peppers that came with the Latinos. So all these different things aided. You've got peppermint, and we have pickles and vinegary type things that will all aid in digestion. I have been a huge proponent of people taking extra digestive enzymes, high-quality digestive enzymes with their meals over the years, because I think it's more important than a multivitamin for you to get the nutrition from your food rather than always trying to supplement it another way. That's the first way you should start. So I use a company called Absorbaid because they make great vegan digestive enzymes that do the trick of breaking down the fats and the proteins and the carbs and the fruits and even dairy products.
I'm going to go to left field here for a second. Maybe you know the answer to this. I have often been told that if you're going to take prescription medication, that grapefruit might not be the best thing to eat before then, if you don't want to suddenly get, maximized for what the prescription does. I don't know if that's an old wives' tale. I don't know if that's a bunch of old dudes sitting on a porch and just making stuff up. But in regards to if I'm going to, is that why a lot of people eat salad before they actually start the meal? Is this an attempt to actually kind of jumpstart that digestion? Is that one of the strategies?
Yes, it is. And it does help the body. I'm always saying to people, go eat your protein first. I don't care if somebody wants to have, a small salad. I just don't want them filling up on the salad and then saying, oh yeah, protein somewhere along the line, because the protein's the hardest to break down. It's the one that we need the most at a cellular level, and you don't want to ignore that first. So yes, a small salad, something vinegary, something fermented will start the whole process rolling.
So you talk about the idea that we do want to be drinking water, but anywhere between like 7 and 9 a day, depending upon our size and our calibration, as it were, while taking sips to not overwhelm ourselves and kind of drown ourselves in water. Are there options that can be added to water, or are there options outside of water that maybe we should also consider that are going to help the process move along? I've
never been a fan of outside water things from the electrolyte solutions and all the pops and juices and things like that. I'm very much into, drink your water, get it from the best source you can. Everyone's fighting about who has it, but, drink good water. And if you want to flavor it with cucumber and strawberries and mint and lemon and lime and oranges and things just to get it so that it tastes better to you, or you want to drink it more, that's totally fine and highly recommended. But to drink, the flavored waters and all the other strange things out there, you're not doing yourself a service, especially the sports drinks. They're so sugared up and put so many electrolytes in them that they actually start to take the electrolytes out of your own system. I had a patient that we couldn't figure it out at all what was going on with him, and finally I found out how many electrolytes he was drinking, and it was the source of why he was feeling lousy for weeks. Just drinking water.
By the way, I am so grateful to hear you say that. That makes me so happy because I'm a big fan of water. I know everybody's a fan of water. I mean, after all, it makes up a little bit of our body, just a little bit. But I'm actually delighted because I've often heard people say, "We got to add this, you got to add that." And while I'm a big fan of a little bit of cucumber in there, that's a different animal than adding, things that maybe shouldn't be supplementing the drink. People often forget this too. I talked about the idea of the water, about the thirst and the hunger being of the same thing. Should we gravitate towards foods that will hydrate us as well, and that way kind of not dilute it, but actually having foods with high contents of water inside of them in order to kind of stay hydrated as well?
Yes, and because it comes with its own natural minerals and nutrition in it as well. Somebody could, have a big slice of watermelon in place of their thirst. Well, you're getting a lot of, hydration just from that. So I'm always of the, school of, try a lot of things. Don't just stick with one thing. And, the variety really does make a big difference from the vegetables that you're eating, the fruits that you're eating, how you flavor your water. It just keeps things spicy. It keeps the body, having to recognize something new and getting nutrition from a different source because you're getting other things with fruits that you wouldn't just get from the plain water as well.
And we touched on it at the top of this conversation. Dr. Julie Gatza, by the way, is actually joining us this morning, and we're thrilled to have her on Highway to Health. But the thing about it is that I do eat differently in the summertime, and much like working out in the summertime, I've had to kind of force myself to make different choices. What is it about the heat precisely that makes us make some absolutely I used to think, it must be wintertime when we're eating comfort food and all that, but I find myself eating so much more crap during the summertime if I can help it, and I'm trying not to help it. Why is it that the summertime encourages that?
I think part of it is we're so social. It's not just the eating holidays that we have at the wintertime. I think it's that we are at picnics and barbecues and parties and, there's graduations, and it's just an endless barrage of, one eating event compared to another. So I think it's that. And once you start in on the sugar train, you want more. Once you start in on the carb train and start eating a couple of pizzas a couple of times a week, you want more pizzas next week. So, we're not necessarily.
I want more pizza right now. Why do we have to wait till next week?
Now too. So, I just got off of a weekend visiting family, and it's so interesting because I couldn't wait to get back today and, just get back on my program. But I can feel myself wanting sugar, wanting carbohydrates because that's what I ate on the weekend. And, I also felt lousy last night when I got home going, oh my gosh, I'm so puffed up and, not feeling like myself.
That's a really nice question because, I've had there have been summers where I've kind of looked back over the course of the summer and, man, I really screwed the pooch. I mean, could I have gone to one more movie as an excuse to get M&Ms and popcorn in my system? I've had a pretty good summer this year. A couple of weeks ago, we had the entire staff of RadioNemo come to the city of New Orleans for a big studio opening that we actually did down here. And of course, it meant a lot of business associates, a lot of friends and supporters were coming in and out of the building. It meant a lot of people from out of town getting taken out to a lot of bad places. I don't know if you know this. New Orleans has kind of a reputation for actually putting a little something extra on everything. And it set me back to some degree, but I felt good about the fact that I said, you know what, I'm just going to give myself a break this week. This is going to happen. And then I kind of reset it. When people fall off the wagon, as it were, and that sugar craving is suddenly back in the game, the carb craving is back, Are there foods or are there approaches where you can reset back to what you're talking about, your cycle, your pattern, your diet, your lifestyle, sooner rather than later?
Yes, and that's a good question. Eating 3 meals a day is what you want to do at this point. So wake up in the morning, have 2 big glasses of water with lemon in it, prime the pump, hydrate yourself. Then have yourself some eggs, maybe some vegetables in the morning. During lunch, I want you to eat some chicken and vegetables as well. Dinner, have some fish and vegetables, and then stop eating after that. And if you eat 3 times in the day and you don't blow off your breakfast, that will allow you to have the stable blood sugar throughout the day. It'll give you good nutrients that you need from that, enough protein. And if you want to throw some, good enzymes in like the Absorbate, it's just going to give you more nutrition, which will allow you to feel more sated. It will allow you to have, more weight loss because you're getting more nutrition from your food, and, your energy can improve and your digestive complaints can go away. Because if you have any whatsoever digestive complaint from gas, bloating, indigestion, constipation, diarrhea, acid reflux, all those are very common, but they are not normal. And you shouldn't have to think about your digestion more than once in the day.
Let me also ask you this too, because we always talk about a holistic life, the idea of tying it all together. Both myself and my producer, Phone Master Dre, are actually active human beings. We actually we work out, we go for long walks. That's important. In regards to your digestion, and we know the benefits of staying healthy and active, when is the best time to work out? What is a good way to kind of figure out when you want to be working out? And how can you best help your digestive system after a workout by what you consume?
I think it does also depend on each person as well, because I have patients that love to get up early, work out, and get it over with. I have other patients that, like to wind down at the end of the night and work out, and then the others that are out there, running in the heat. And I don't have an answer for that. I think it's just the fact of keeping a habit in and, sticking with it. If you're doing anything, pat yourself on the back, and if you're doing it consistently, even better. So, you don't want to go to your workout so full. Obviously, you want, all this energy going towards muscles and pumping the blood and not having to digest your food as well. And I usually think that, a good hour after a workout is when you can start to eat, more protein and, sort of give the body what it needs as far as energy. But, around a workout, it shouldn't be too heavy of anything in the belly.
Swimming rules apply. I was actually thinking about that. So basically everything your mom told you when you were a little kid and you spent an hour or 2 or 3 in the pool on a summer day, and it's like, don't you dare eat. Don't you dare eat. You have to wait. You have to wait at least an hour to let that stuff settle in. And it's important, though. And like I said, it's interesting, too, because one of the things I find so fascinating and love talking about this is because, there's so many things about the human body that are consistent from one person to the next. Nutrition, diet, and what we like to eat are very, very different. So how do we as consumers, it's easy, look, if you're going to eat garbage, it's easy to make choices. If you're going to eat for your best self, where you actually enjoy the process of eating and don't just view it the way Tom Brady does as an opportunity to refuel, how do you go about the business of figuring out what is good for you and what's good for you? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think it's just the old rules apply. If your grandmother would approve, then go ahead and have it. I do think that none of us cook enough, and we're relying on solutions outside of the kitchen in our own house, and that's where you're getting yourself into trouble. Because if you're buying those foods and you're preparing them and you're spicing them and you're, following a recipe or, trying to make it the tastiest, or maybe you like to make the fastest meal but make it, a healthy meal. But once you start to get out there and you're eating things out of packages, boxes, and cans, and, paying for a full meal that's already prepared for you, that's probably where people are getting into trouble.
Well, and then the other thing is, too, so let me ask you this question, and, like I said, if the answer is I don't know, that's fine, too. So a lot of people don't have time to actually produce it fresh from the produce section, but they do make the effort to go and get, like, some frozen foods, like a place like Trader Joe's or Whole Foods or someplace else that claims with their food halos to actually be good. Is there a ways of guaranteeing that if we're actually getting our vegetables that way, that in fact can be a good option for us?
I'm just not a believer that way. I mean,
understand.
it's just, I see all this fresh vegetables, and the other thing is, my daughter food prepped 8 meals the other day on a Sunday. All she did was make more food than we would have eaten on a Sunday, and she put it in containers, and it was perfect. And so 8 times we got to come home and eat super healthy food. That took no time to do. So hard-boiled eggs, they aren't hard to boil, and you've got 12 eggs that you have a choice from throughout the week. So it's just a matter of what your priority is, and you're going to save money if you're buying your food and preparing it yourself as compared to waiting to the last moment and going, oh my gosh, I'm so hungry, now I have to eat this. So it's a priority and an understanding. And, are you healthy? Do you like the way you look? Are you feeling good? Do you sleep well? Are your hormones, balanced? Is your skin great? If none of those are, the answers that you want to admit to, then you probably have to change your food habits.
We use the term SAD, Standard American Diet, and then the idea of the optimal diet too as well. How far away is the Standard American Diet from the optimal diet? And for those people who are, okay, let me give you a scenario. Let's forget about people who are actually just kind of garbaging it up in garbage town. I mean, those people, they got a long road to hoe. But let's just say you got the kind of person who's not having a muffin for breakfast. They're having a couple of Jimmy Dean sausages on the side of one scrambled egg they make. They get to lunch and they have a sandwich, half a sandwich and a salad. And then they get to the end of the day and they got their piece of protein and some frozen vegetables that they actually then steam up and kind of get going. And maybe they even bake a sweet potato. How far off is that character? I'm actually not referring to myself, but how far off is that character from like being where he or she should be?
Not far.
Good.
That sounds pretty darn good to me. So, maybe you don't want to rely on sandwiches every day for lunch. There's not going to be a whole bunch of food value to be eating, meat in bread. But, far from that, it sounds really good. It's high in protein. Every single one of the meals has it. You're putting vegetables in as well. Fine if you want to have frozen vegetables. Sometimes they freeze them, and then they're just, totally healthy, and you can steam them up. Just don't overcook them, and you're doing great.
Do me a favor, by the way, just for the sake of listeners who have not gotten a chance to enjoy your company before. Dr. Julie Gatza, by the way, is who we're talking to on Highway to Health. Tell our friends out there what the digestive problems of overeating we know what the long-term problem is, but the digestive problems of overeating in the moment, why it's such a bad idea, and how mindfulness and taking your time through the meal can make such a big difference in how we actually move things through our body and re-energize our body.
Sure. So when you decide to put any food into your mouth and chew it, you have to chew it adequate amount of times to start prepping the food for the digestive system. The whole purpose of digesting is to put that food into the small intestine. There's small, tiny holes that allow the nutrients to go into the bloodstream. The bloodstream then carries all those nutrients to the rest of the body. That is the purpose of eating good food. When you're eating too much, when you're eating bad food, when you're having things that maybe you have a sensitivity to that you can't break down, if you don't have enough enzymes being made in your own body, now you put food into the body. Let's say you don't chew it enough. Now you're putting a bit of stress on the digestive system that way. Over time, the internal system can get raw and inflamed, and now not just our nutrients going into the bloodstream that aren't broken down, you're also getting the unbroken down food. You can be reabsorbing toxins and feces into the bloodstream, so now the system is puffy, bloated, autoimmune disease starts. You now, are gassy and burpy and acid reflux, or you're constipated, or you have chronic diarrhea, or, you're taking all these over-the-counter things for the acid reflux and the GERDs. And every one of those things can be handled if you made the right choices, got some good enzymes in, didn't overload your body, and, started way back at, what's on your plate.
So basically, if you don't do all that stuff, you turn into Uncle Marvin, who nobody wants at the dinner table anyway, and that's really you want to avoid.
That's right.
You want to avoid that at all possible cost, because the long-term goal here actually is to not make. You should always think about what you eat, but is there a point where you want to get to the place where you are thinking about what you want to eat and you are enjoying your food, but you're not struggling to put these meals together. A lot of this stuff should be headed towards a destination of reflexivity, that you're actually able to do it without thinking about it. In the same way we pick up a chip, you should actually understand to be able to pick up, whether it's cucumber or whether it's, to get a little dip of hummus with that cucumber. All of that stuff needs to be like second nature. How do we get to that point? I mean, because it's so easy.
It is. I was just telling somebody this. I used to pack my daughter's lunch every day for school. And she was a little pain sometimes and she'd be like, that's not lunchbox food. And I'm like, oh, gosh. So I used to keep a list of everything inside the cabinet. Handwritten notes of everything that she was determining was good lunchbox food for her that month or that week. Well, you could also do those with recipes, however you want to classify them and make it easily accessible to you. So if that's on your phone and you've got 7 different recipes that you like, are easy, they're not extensive to meal prep or do whatever you want that way. Get 7 under your belt and you can add another. Get 8 under your belt. You can have 10. And at that point, you'll start to build yourself your own wide variety of things that you aren't going to be sick of because you have them accessible to, not have to rethink the wheel every time you're making a meal.
Guys, I want you to go to naturesources.com. You can also find Dr. Julie Gatza on the gram of Instagram at Dr. Julie Healthy Vibes. It's all one word. It's Dr. Julie Healthy Vibes. And check her out over there. Health educator, nutrition expert, chiropractic physician, and founder of Florida's Wellness Institute has joined us this morning. Okay. If in fact, last question, you're at the pool, you have a great swim, you have a great time with all your friends, and you get out and somebody's got a big table spread to actually have a great meal an hour after you finish swimming. What do you want on that table, Dr. Julie?
Myself?
Yeah.
Everything fresh. I mean, if it's grilled chicken, grilled salmon, I want that. I'm going to eat it first. If it's a steak, great. I'll have a steak. I want salads and fruits, and, that to me is like if somebody else makes that and it's those sorts of choices, that's the best.
Oh, I got to tell you, I'm going to that party too. So we'll all go swimming together, and we'll have a couple of nice pieces of steak, a really, really good salad, and maybe some fresh vegetables. Not maybe, definitely some fresh vegetables on the side while taking sips of water during our meal. Dr. Julie, I can't wait to talk to you again. Thank you so much for making the time with us this morning.
Thank you so much. And if anyone's interested, they can get some free samples of that Absorbate by going to the Nature's Sources website.
Naturesources.com. Big thanks to Dr. Julie. We'll be back on the other side of this. It's Road Gang Radio making its way down the road. We've made ourselves a living. Now let's go about the business of having changed our diet. We'll start having a life. Our good friend Lindsay Lawler is coming to join us up here next. Hope you guys enjoyed that highway to health. And as I said before, we're very excited because that means LaRue is very much near you. We're going to come back on the other side of this. It's Road Gang Radio. And guys, go to truckdown.com.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
She's here. I will find you. Jimmy Mack, I will find you. I will stalk you. I love the power of being able to tune in, hear your show, and then click my mic. I feel equal parts a part of the beginning. It's fun to be like, listen to the first half, be a part of it as a listener, and then come on, be a part of it as a host. I'm happy to be here. Happy Tuesday. I'm glad Dre's back, Jim. How you feeling?
Fun place to start. You ready?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What are you eating by the pool?
Ooh, well, nothing. You know what's funny? I used to eat heavy stuff around the pool.
Me
like
too.
before I realized that it mattered. I'd be like, oh, I want to sit at the pool and have nachos, or I'm thinking if I'm at a resort or something, which is rare, but nachos or burgers or whatever. Now I'm like, give me a smoothie by the pool. Give me not salad, because that's kind of for me awkward to eat by the pool, but I'll do a smoothie by the pool. Or I'll do some good fruit and such. Plus, if I'm by the pool, I'm in a bathing suit. And why am I eating a hamburger? To show my belly. Because here's the other thing. Guess what I just started doing again? I have not done this in 8 years, maybe 10 years.
What have you?
Wearing a bikini. I've been wearing a one piece for about 10 years. And I realize it's making me look fatter than actually just wearing the bikini. So I put the bikini back on this summer and said, screw it. I'm leaning into this body that I have. And it's making me, I think, lose weight.
I'm not surprised. Because it comes with confidence. The idea that there's something about wearing a bikini. I wear them quite often.
Yes. That's why I bring it up, because I want to talk to the expert about it.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, hey, by the way, there was a point in my life in my late 30s, early 40s when I got so in shape, I actually wore a Speedo. I don't mean the one that actually creates the banana hammock. I meant the one that comes up like.
Are there ones that don't?
Well, there's a swimming version. There is what you call like a pool. The idea of doing laps. The ones that go to like right above your upper thigh. They're tight.
That's not a Speedo then. That's like manties.
But it was called.
For the pool.
But it was a Speedo product. It had the word Speedo on it, so I got a chance to do that. But there was a point where actually I could wear a bathing suit that I'm like going, oh my God, good God Almighty! And I'll tell you, putting that thing on, you're like, dude, there is no room to maneuver. I mean, it was comfortable. I wasn't too tight in it, but the attitude was, there's no room to maneuver here, man. You got to maintain this shape if you want to keep wearing this. And I believe it. If you wear a bikini, you're like, okay, I've made a commitment to this, so I'm making a commitment to this. And that's the thing.
It's interesting. And I feel like even when I first put it on, I was like, I look differently, because it was the wearing the one piece put me into it, like you said, it put me into a different state of mind. I immediately walked around like, okay, I'm the old lady mom that now has to wear this. And I don't do that in any of my other clothes or life. So I'm not sure why I did it with the bathing suit. It's obviously you're very exposed in a bikini. But I just finally said, screw it. I'm leaning in. And it's a little bikini too, by the way. I'm not trying to be crass, but it is. It was the one that I was able to buy when we were visiting my husband's family on Cape Cod this summer. And they only had kind of little ones because I guess people are little around there. Anyway, I'm like, I'm doing it. Screw it. I'm doing it. And I just feel better. I feel better walking around the pool. I see myself like my shoulders are up. I don't know. It's been really interesting. So definitely having smoothies if I'm in a bikini. Good morning, Jimmy Mack. You know what's really exciting?
What's really exciting?
Things are happening around my house. I want to give a shout out to Liaison Technology. They are here running wires and cables in my house. My husband and my buddy from out of town are working in my office. They're trying to get set up. We're just going for it. They're here. And what's really fun, Jimmy, I almost called you Seamus, my husband Seamus, is that they sent their team of all 12 guys over this morning because they were all assessing, because right after then they divided and conquered. Half of them are now headed over to Miranda Lambert's house that she's building just not very far from me, working on her wiring. And he goes, while we're wiring her house, I'm going to test your music and your album so she can hear your music while she's walking around. I said, I think that's a great idea, because my friend who owns and runs Liaison Technology, again, Liaison Homes, is working on it. And Jim, this is really neat. So years ago, my buddy Braden, who runs this company, he was doing stuff for me down at the loft, and he's like, my goal, we were doing a lot of music events. He's like, my goal is that my company would become the premier company that is the go-to for the country artists in town. And I've seen him bust his butt. They just finished Luke Combs' house. He's doing Miranda's house now. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I just did. I won't give the details, but I just think it's so cool to see somebody living in the moment where they're in their dream, and it's benefiting other people and it's benefiting me. So I just want to share that because I'm excited what's happening around my house, so I can get it ready so we can actually be on camera, sound good, have good quality. It means we're all really all in and invested in making a commitment to what this place is going to be around here.
Well, two things. First of which is, of course, I think you can say Miranda Lambert. What you can't do is give out her address. But I think
right.
I think it's a great reminder of the quality of work your friend is doing, if in fact they're getting those kind of gigs and starting to get them with a certain kind of regularity. That's really a cool thing. The second thing is the fact that it's interesting you would say that, because the last phase of what is going to happen over here is actually starting today. We don't have, you have to get some technical stuff set up as well, but I'm actually making the last couple of purchases in regards to furniture that's going on over here, some wall mounts, some stuff to kind of put up around, some lights that'll go behind where I usually sit, so it'll give it a different look that'll allow me to do some filming as well. And then at some point, Lindsay, as you know, as Tara likes to say, it'll really be on when people can actually see us on in the places.
That's scary.
I mean, that is scary. And I got to tell you, there is nobody fidgeting in his chair more about that, Tara, than Mr. Dave Nemo himself. Because the great fidgeter of all time, the chair rocker, as I call him, sometimes. If you actually watch the Nemo Nightbeat video that we put up, Lindsay, you can see him. He's a mover and a shaker. And video.
But does he want this, or are we forcing him to do this?
Oh, we're forcing him to do it.
Oh,
we're forcing him to do it.
But what's ironic about it is he's the most charming person around here out of all of us, as we all know.
Valid.
So I'd rather look at him than me any day. He's so to watch his thoughtfulness. Hey, listen. Let me toot our namesake's horn for a little bit.
I'll go with me against Dave. I'll take that in a heartbeat. But I'd rather look at you. But go on, please.
Between Dave and Lindsay wearing a bikini, I think I'll choose Lindsay.
Oh no, Dave's
okay.
Dave's in a bikini.
Thank you.
Oh no, hold the phones, pal. If Dave's in a bikini, that's must see TV right there.
Is that a bet? Maybe that's the bet. The first person to not do their reel on time has to wear the bikini on camera or something like that.
Well, that's going to be Madison and I.
That's Dave. There it is right there. That's it. That's the
No,
ball
y'all's reel from yesterday was
delayed.
Once again. Delayed, but it got there.
Hey, let's just say I don't know who's got the legs in the company. You know what I mean?
Speaking of bikinis, I'd say Madison and Dre.
Come
on with the pool reels.
Come on with the pool reels. Lindsay, you've got the video next, correct?
Yes, I'm making mine today as soon as we get off air. And it's gonna mine have I don't know if you've noticed, mine have always usually been a lot of chaos, like my children's toys and they're doing construction. So far it's been me like leaning into the chaos. So that'll probably be more of that today. It's get at least for now. Yeah, I think that's what it's gonna be today. More chaos.
By the way, this is set up. I won't lie, I rehearsed this a little bit. So this celebration of National Days is brought to you by truckdown.com because the quickest way back to the party is Truckdown. Since 1997, truckers with been hooking up with maintenance providers, and well, they're now serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com, and after that, you can celebrate. If ever a National Day of, Lindsay, was created for you and Dave Nemo, I'm sad he's not here for this, by the way. Today is, wait for it, it is National Vinyl Record Day.
Ooh,
It is
nice.
National Vinyl Record Day, and it's also Julian Fries Day. There is nobody named Julian Fries. That's a special cut of fries. Those are the ones that are really long and thin and crispy. So
Would that like shoestring fries? Same? Is that the same?
no,
thing?
no, these are McDonald's comes the closest in a fast food setting to doing what it is, but
Understood.
they're longer than that, and they're much crispier than even McDonald's French fries.
Okay.
They have a lot of people like them for dipping. They're really great for dipping. They're
Oh,
like
you know
thick.
who does it then? My favorite French fry of all time is a restaurant called J. Alexander's. They're not they're like a localized chain, I guess. Houston's was also an offshoot. Anyway, they have the long skinny fries.
Oh, I know Houston's.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about?
I know
They're the
Houston's
same
fries.
kind of restaurant. Yeah, and I dip them in honey mustard, and it's my favorite thing in the entire world.
Did you know that when I made the honor roll at my high school, anytime I did,
Way to slip that in.
well,
Bragger.
I am bragging. I'm living large and
As you should.
and getting fries. But Houston's was my go-to. I would always pick Houston's for my my honor roll dinner. We got to go to Houston's because I
love that.
I thought the lighting was so cool there.
I
By
would
the-
say, yeah, it's dark and cozy. Speaking of dark and cozy, Dave Nemo is listening, by the way, and he wants to remind everyone he has the original face for radio. I disagree.
That's not okay. I've been picking on him. That's
I
not
got
true.
a body for radio,
As-
but we're exposing it.
As a matter of fact, I hate that joke. Oh, you got a real face for radio, and then you're like, dude, you want to show us your picture? You know, I mean, when people drop that one, oh, I hate that one. That one.
But you know
made-
what's funny about it?
What's
Anyone who says I have a face for radio, including Dave Nemo, usually has a good looking face. You don't see you don't hear the ugly people a lot saying it.
Yeah,
I don't, it's just a what's the body dysmorphia?
Oh yeah, or self-deprecating humor too. The other thing is too, and anybody that actually says you have a face for radio, usually has a face for radio.
Yeah, you could say it yourself. You would never say that to somebody else. And if you do, I know people do, you're a terrible person. is
You're a
all I wanna
terrible
say.
person. You're a straight up terrible person. I mean, there's no negotiation. If you tell anybody that, you are a terrible person. By the way, Star Driver, who we all know as somebody else, says Dave and a Mancini.
Mankini. Mankini. I think that's what he's going
Mankini.
for.
Mankini. That's
I love
really, I can't wait to see that. So Lindsay, we actually got a shower curtain for the studio just the other day.
Whoa, big things are happening.
But it's really cool, by the way, because it's a shower curtain of like records in a shelf. So it's all you can see. It's like really big, so you can
Cool.
see all the titles of the records. It's like Bob Dylan stuff
It
and
only
Beatles
took
stuff.
3 months to get the shower curtain. Let's do this.
We ordered it
thing.
3 months ago.
Don't
That was
even
really
joke.
funny. We're not even being
I'm
funny.
gonna joke all I want.
So, I mean, we got that going. Okay, so Lindsay, here's my question of the day based on National Days of. What was your
Okay.
first vinyl record that you purchased?
Let me think of it, and then we will hop on the phone. My first vinyl record I purchased, I don't remember that because I grew up in the days of cassettes. Now, my parents had vinyls, and I grew up with cassettes, so I don't remember purchasing a record, Jim. What I do remember is when I moved off after college, when I moved to LA, I remember taking probably 50 of my parents' records and gluing them to my wall that my bed was on, so it became like a wall headboard of records. I remember that. But I don't remember personally purchasing any of my own until very recently, including my own. But yeah, I did make a headboard of records out of my parents' records, and then, as you know, my brother-in-law, when he passed, left us his thousands and thousands of records. So it is important. It is important to me, and I got to find in COVID. I for the first time understood the magic of COVID. I understood really the magic of sitting around and listening to records because we had just Ethan had passed away in 2017. We got the records in about 2018. My daughter was born. So when we had from when my daughter was an infant through COVID, we would sit at night, light some candles, and listen to records. And it's one of my favorite memories of my life. So today is special.
Oh, I like that very much, by the way. The first vinyl that I bought where I felt like an adult, where I felt cool, I bought 2 records at the same time. I bought a Dead Kennedys album called The Dead Kennedys, and I bought Pink Floyd's Animals. Before I bought China on You Crazy Diamond, I Wish You Were Here, and before I even bought Dark Side of the Moon, I actually bought Animals. Was the first time I bought records and felt like I'm a cool dude. That's a really big thing, too. The difference between getting a record when you're a kid, like 9 years old for Christmas, or buying a record, full of spooky stories to tell with the lights off, and getting the first album that you buy where you feel like a cool person. You know what I'm saying? Where you feel, and I'm sure cassettes is the same way too, that you get that cassette and it's like, this is the thing that I want. This is my music. I'm young. My whole life is ahead of me. I can't wait to rock out.
Well, I do remember my first cassette then. It was Whitney Houston with I Want to Dance, or How Will I Know? I can see it in my head. It's an orange cassette tape, orange-esque. She's on it, and it's got How Will I Know? And Oh, I Want to Dance with Somebody. It's got those on it. And that just that brought me joy, which was funny because I listened to a lot of sad music growing up and even still. But I remember that tape being like, when I want to feel happy, I put this on and there I am. I'm happy. And I love that.
Okay, a couple of quick things here. I'm going to ask you a question. We're going to go to the phones, and then you'll have an answer for me when we come back from the conversation. Okay? We'll do that.
Did we lose our phone?
We lost our phone? Okay, good. Then
Dave, call back.
I can just ask this
call
question.
Back, Dave.
Straight up. Here we go. You ready? Here's my question for you. What is the first mixed tape that someone gave you?
Huh.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Smoke Mix number 2. On a CD-ROM,
oh my God,
baby.
That's a classic, dude.
Yeah, dude.
I can't believe you got that before I did.
Lots
man.
of Snoop Dogg, lots of Sublime, and a lot of Dirty Heads with Rome. Hey.
Ooh, you know what? We watched last night. This is on the movie Freaky Tapes. Has anybody heard of this movie?
I have.
Have you seen it?
I have not.
It is bizarro town, but there's a point in it where this little kid, this about, I don't know, 12-year-old African-American boy comes up to the guy's car and he's got a mixtape and he's selling them because the movie's set in the 80s. So he's going car to car selling a mixtape and he's like, hey brother, this tape, it's got Too Short on it. He's like, but hey, if you're not into that, it's also got some rock on it. And he goes through and I had such a feeling of, oh my gosh, remember when we didn't have access to music? And you really would. If somebody made you a mixtape, like for Avenue Q, a mixtape, he made me a mixtape. That was like the jam. I was still making people mixed CDs, mixtapes until very recently because that is such a joyous thing to get to make and or receive a mixtape. Yeah, Dre.
Yeah, 2 things. First off, don't go on Google and type in Freaky Tapes. P. Diddy will pop up. And second,
noted.
Second, do we want to take Dave Nemo and ask his first record?
I want to ask him about what color his bikini is.
The Mankini. Bum, 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 bum,
The only
bum,
show where
bum,
the
bum,
guy's
bum,
name
bum, bum,
that's
bum.
on the show calls in.
Hey, man.
I love it. I love it.
What's up, Mankini?
Hey, good morning, you guys. I don't even know where to start here because you guys have opened like several toll gates, and I'm ready to go through all of them. Let me tell you something funny about Houston's. When Houston's was here in New Orleans on Veterans Boulevard in Metairie, we went there. This is back right after they opened, right? And we're like, oh, Houston's like, Houston. So we go, and I get a club sandwich.
Oh, that's the best.
Yes. okay, the sandwich was awesome, but the sauce, oh my God, the sauce they had with it was phenomenal. And for years, and I mean literally years, I kept saying, you know how you can, there's just one little thing that just keeps it stays in your head forever. The sauce was remarkable. And I didn't want to, I kept wondering, what is it? You know, I actually found out like 10 years later. You know what it was?
What?
Honey mustard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It is so.
Honey mustard you can buy in any grocery store. And I had never heard of it before, never had it before. And I thought this was some secret sauce that only Houston's had. We got to get back to Houston's, you know.
And you put your fries in it? Did you dip your French fries in it?
Young lady, there is one condiment and one condiment only for
No, I disagree.
I tell you what I know you do.
I disagree.
Right.
So did you dip your sandwich in it then?
Yes. Oh, that's what it was for.
No, there's only one condiment for sandwiches, and that's a Thousand Island dressing. I'm just making
Also
stuff up now.
disagree. I want all the condiments. I want to get in a bath with 27 condiments. That is my perfect day.
I want a condiment with somebody. I want to feel the heat. Okay. By the way, really quickly, Marshall had his own mixtape, Tower of Power, Al Green, Major Harris. Marshall also says his first LP was Roger Miller. Trucker Boson said his first was Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. Marshall had a subscription to a record club.
Oh, what an album.
And by the way, Trucker Boson also makes a point of saying the kind of fries we're talking about, the closest out there in the real world are steak and shakes. That's kind of close. Absolutely kind of close. Steak and shakes come really close to Julian cut fries. Absolutely. All right, Dave, what else is on your mind?
What else, Dave?
Dave,
okay,
go on.
Well, we're going to get to vinyl. We'll get to vinyl because there is a coinkydink about vinyl in me. But let's go to the Speedo. Now,
Please.
I, too, have a Speedo bathing suit. And years ago, when we started traveling, and I had some young ladies that traveled with us, and this predates Tara and Madison and you, Lindsay, and Donna. But going back, I said, well, there's a pool. We're staying at the big hotel where the convention was and everything. And I said, well, don't forget to bring your bathing suits because there's a pool and everything. And I said, I'm going to bring my Speedo. Oh, they all freaked out. And I kept up with the Speedo. Well, like Jim, there are several styles of Speedos, and these are regular big old baggy swimming trunks, but Speedo is the name right on down one side of the leg there, right? So I had my Speedo on, and I don't know if they were disappointed or relieved, okay?
Maybe both.
Probably relieved. All right. Now, what do I have in common with the 33 1/3 RPM record album? We both came out in the same year.
Oh.
That's good.
1948. They predate me. I think the record album came out in September, possibly, in time for the Christmas season, because back in those days, the Christmas season was a lot shorter than it is now in terms of shopping and buying stuff.
Yeah, it's already started around here.
Yeah. So I came out in December of that year. But yeah, me and the album were born in the same year. So I always kind of thought that was kind of cool. Now, first album that I ever received, not the first one I bought, but the first one I ever received. Some of the folks out there may remember when grocery stores used to have stuff that they sold on a weekly basis. I have a set of encyclopedias that my mom bought. You got the A this week, the B next, that sort of thing, with 20 sets or whatever, 20 books or whatever. And you could buy 2 or 3 at a time. But they also had dishes. You could buy like sets of dishes and get the cups one week and the plates the next week and stuff like that. But they also, for a short time, had record albums. And my mom came home with a 3-album set. I mean, this was like spectacular, of the first 3 symphonies of Tchaikovsky. And I played these things till they wore out, and that actually kindled my love for classical music. from the grocery store, of all places, right? Of all places. The first album I ever bought. Okay, when I was in high school, I was working on the roof, and I had my first job. I was making money. I was making $2 an hour, and I made time and a half on double time. So that was good money back in the 60s. And I saved up. I spent the whole summer, my first summer, saving up for a stereo. And there were two places you could buy stereos, mail order. And one of them was Lafayette Electronics, and the other was Allied Electronics. And I combed through these catalogs. I was writing down all these numbers, frequency response and power and watt and blah, 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 blah. And I finally got my stereo when Hurricane Betsy hit. And there was no delivery, no power, no nothing. We just went back to school. It was September. We had just gone back to school for about a week or a few days, and then Hurricane Betsy comes out, and the world ended for some time. And my stereo came in, but I had to go down to the rail yard to pick it up off the boxcar. So I go down and I get the stereo. I have the Lafayette Electronics Tri-Helix speakers in the Ecliptoflex cabinets that Amy still has. And I bought a Lafayette Electronics stereo amplifier. And then I went to Schwegman's grocery store here in New Orleans. They're not around anymore. The name of John Schwegman had a chain of local stores, and bought an AR turntable. So I come home, set it up, and I had bought the first album I ever bought was a Peter, Paul, and Mary. But when the Beatles started Pepper,
Dave,
I bought it at a convenience store. Yeah.
I love you. I love you. I love you. We gotta go.
Are we out of time?
We out of time, dude.
Okay.
We took so many exit ramps and detours. We find ourselves at the end of the half hour. We got to preview
you
the
open
guest.
all these avenues. How can we not go?
I
down
know,
there?
Dave. You're right. It's our. We need to have a day when Dave just comes on the show with us, and we have 2 hours just to see squirrels all over the place and bounce around.
No, he'll just stare at me the entire time and not say anything is what he'll do to me at that point.
No, it'll be our National Day. Is there a National Day of Dysfunction? Whatever that day is.
National
Let's come
Dave
back.
Day. We'll have the 12 Daves of
That was
Christmas.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's tomorrow.
It's every day.
Thank
On the
you.
first day of Christmas.
One day.
My true love gave to me Brubeck. I'm sorry. Okay, that's it. Get out of here, Dave.
We love you, Dave.
Adios, amigos.
Bye.
This, by the way, Lindsay, was a guest request from you.
Yes.
Our next guest was a request from you, secured by Claire. Tell us about who it is you have invited or went looking for.
Well, yeah, I came across, I think I came across her when I was seeking out a bunch of Nashville music journalists. I've got a whole realm of them. I've messaged. I've sent them all to Claire, so I'm hoping and waiting they'll show up on the show at some point. But found all these music journalists, and I came across her. She's not a music journalist, but she has been, or she, what do I know? She might have written for music magazines, probably, because she's done a little bit of everything. She's a beautiful author. She's a singer. She's been in a band. She's a brilliant linguist. Jem, you'll love her from her linguistics state of mind and her writing. But what I love the most about her, and I hope she's listening right now on the phone, is that in her bio she said she lives in a magic house in Nashville. And I was like, I feel like I live in a magic house too. I want to talk more about that. And that's how we got to talking. I totally online stalked her. We struck up a conversation online, and then I got all giddy, like, I want to be her friend. So I've been listening to her podcast, and I'm actually currently reading one of her books. And I love that she's a Nashville, local Nashville, authentic, hardworking power woman that I want to meet and know better. But I think some of her, what I want to talk about with her today, Jim, is there's a through line in all of her work that is like, find the magic in everything, find the joy in everything, whether she's writing fiction or nonfiction or just talking about the world around her. There's this magical outlook on everything. And I think our truck drivers listening will be fascinated by her perspective, because they see so much on the road every day, and you can look at it as as magical or as daunting. I don't know, but she's going to really encourage everybody to look for the magic in it all, Jim.
Magic, realism, Jennifer Mormon style. We'll be back on the other side of this break. It's Road Gang Radio. Lindsay LaRue, Jimmy McIntyre, Phone Master Ravenstein. It's all good things happening over here. Go to truckdown.com, guys. You got to get up and truck down.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We are back with some more Road Gang Radio live from the Fastport Studios, so I think it's time to find some magic in this conversation.
Oh, that was nicely done.
Yeah, I do that.
That was nicely done. Hey, LaRue, how are you doing? Good to see you. It's good to have you here on Road Gang Radio. Welcome back, as always, man.
Quietly all of a sudden. Are you going to NPR voice? Or
Yeah, I thought I'd drop down an NPR voice, do that whole
were you
thing.
getting all serious on me for some reason?
I will never get serious ever again.
Good.
Just for Jennifer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Would you care to do the honors of the introduction?
Yeah, I would love that. Jennifer, are you there? Before I dote on you, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, I just wanted to hear her sweet voice in person. Hello, good morning, friend.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Okay, here's the thing. We are so excited to have you. So, Jim, you know how sometimes you meet someone online and you think, oh my gosh, I want to be friends with this person. And then you get really creepy and stalk them. That's me. Enter me. That was me a couple weeks ago with our guest. I totally slid into her DMs. I don't even use that term a lot because I feel like I'm too old or creepy to say it, but I totally slid into her DMs. We talked, and then I was really excited when she said she would come on and do our show. The next guest, so Jennifer Mormon. Here's all of her bona fides as quickly as I can, because as you say, Jim, if I really told you all about her, it'd be the whole interview. But she's a USA Today bestselling author of 5 novels, including The Vanishing of Josephine Reynolds and The Magic All Around, which, by the way, I am currently reading, and the Mystic Water series. Her books, Jim, they're the kind of stories that just make you believe the world is waiting to show you something extraordinary, and I need more of that in my life. She's been praised by Publishers Weekly, Book List, list goes on. She's been a contributor to People, Writer's Digest, Parade, and again, the list goes on. She double majored in recording industry and English at MTSU, which is a really cool combination. She's toured the country as a professional singer. She spent years as a senior editor at HarperCollins, helping other authors shape their books, because, Jim, we should write.
Right.
Yeah. She's also the co-host of the One Happy Thing podcast with some fellow best-selling authors and friends of hers, which I've listened to as well. It's very joyful and it's short, which I appreciate. But here's why I think she's perfect for our audience today. She lives in what she calls a magic house in Nashville, which I can't wait to talk about. She's made a career out of noticing the kind of everyday magic that most people walk right past. We want you to see that magic too. That's why we're talking to her today. Good morning. Please make welcome to the show my new friend and yours, Jennifer Mormon. How are you?
Oh, my goodness. Good morning. What an introduction. That was amazing. Thank you so much for having me. I have been really looking forward to this, and I'm so excited to be here with you.
Oh, yay. Jim, she's excited to come on. I'm sure most people are scared to come on this show. Who knows what we're going to talk about? No, not really. I'm excited to have you.
Jennifer, there's something that goes on in a lot of your books, and it's a lot of people, look, I mean, people that tell stories, but there is something that you kind of play with and play through in all the stuff that you do, where it's stories about people that tell stories. It's stories about people that love to collect stories. It's stories about people who kind of dig in deep and figure out how one goes about telling the story and how to tell it better. And you talked about the idea of creating a magic house. Is the foundation of that literally having a wonder cabinet for a house where you can just walk around and everything in it is a story unto itself that could take up an entire evening?
I think yes. Also, I think you can have what I call the magic house wherever you live. I mean, you are the magic. That's what I also like to say, is that you can take it with you wherever you go, whether you're at your home or you're traveling. But yeah, I mean, I'd say a curated house full of things I love, just that make me happy to look at, you know, just as you, not just collecting things, but the way you decorate, the colors. I love a vibrant space that just feels good when you walk into it. And I think that's how my stories feel. They're just, you could sit down with them and just get cozy and you just feel good and safe and happy. So I do love that. I'm very intentional about it, but it also makes me joyful.
Well, and I'm glad you just said makes you joyful, because here's the thing, Jennifer. I love the word magic. I might even get it tattooed on my body, that word. And I believe it in a magical, I'm happy to say I'm a proud woo girl. I'm very woo. But if you want to be practical, I think you could interchange the word magic with joy. So I love that you said joyful on it, because when I think something's magical, it just means I feel like I can be anything I want. So I think anything that brings you joy makes you feel that as well. So like I maybe just from a practical standpoint, before we dive into some of your work, talk about that a little bit as far as it pertains to, we have such a huge trucking audience in their cab, like putting things in there that bring them joy, I think helps them get the job done and then get home. Would you agree with that?
Oh my gosh, absolutely. You know, even when I travel, there are things I take with me all the time, just because, you know, a journal or, you know, a favorite pajama, whatever it might be. I think you can take it everywhere, because again, you are the magic, the joy, and putting things around us that remind us of the things we love, what brings us happiness, what we want to hold on to. That's very important and special, especially if you're on the road a lot. I think it's just makes so much sense to surround yourself, no matter where you are, with those things, because it does keep you grounded, but also keeps you from getting too heavy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the balance there.
You know, and the idea of keeping grounded in many ways is an important part of the process, because after all, if we're talking magic realism, which you do have a deep affection for, you've got to figure out what that grounding is, because you don't want to kind of slip away. You know, Lindsay talks about the woo. I talk about moving into the ether, as it were, but you've got to have something that actually brings you back home. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we all end up being Dorothy, having to click our heels at some point, right? So how do you stay grounded? We hear the term toxic positivity. How do you avoid that? The idea that, you know, turning your eyes away from what isn't pleasant, because that's a very different thing than the kind of joy you're talking about. You're talking about engaging with the world and finding joy, as opposed to avoiding the things around us that might cause us discomfort, correct?
Yes, I totally agree with what you're saying. So toxic positivity, I think you need to honor all of your feelings. I mean, I don't wake up every day. Now, most days I do wake up feeling very joyful and grateful. Gratitude is a huge practice of mine every day, all day. But I have days where I feel, you know, bummed out, or I get upset or angry about things. And I think it's important to honor all of your feelings, but also I am constantly looking for the good, because I want to. That's important to me, because there's good everywhere. You can flip the script on anything. I'm not saying everything is perfect or wonderful, but gosh, y'all, there is so much wonder and magic, if you will, Lindsay, or joy everywhere if you're looking for it, because I do believe that what you focus on expands. And so for me to stay grounded, it'll just be staying real, you know, honoring all the emotions, making space for them. I'm not, you know, bubbly every single day, and I think that's okay. But just, you know, connecting all of those joyful moments to real life. And I do think it's okay to turn away. You don't have to look directly at the things that make you incredibly unhappy. I think what you consume, you become. And so for me, it's important to, monitor what I'm bringing into my life on a daily basis.
And she used the word expand, Jim. So I want to reference real quick because their podcast, the One Happy Thing podcast, which you can search wherever you find your podcast and listen. First of all, I love they're just about 15 minutes for the most part, the ones I've heard at least. And she and two friends that are also writers, and they just tell you one joyful thing that's lighting them up that day and kind of then expand on it. And so expand, Jennifer, I listened to the one where you're talking about just your posture, like putting your arms in the victory V and being like, today's going to be a great day. It can sound Pollyanna, and maybe it's simple because it is. I think we overthink things so much where, when you talk about gratitude, that sounds so simple, but it's funny. The more simple the idea I've come to find recently, the more profound the outcome, I feel like. And I really liked that podcast. I encourage people to go listen to it again, One Happy Thing podcast, and check it out. But Jennifer, we're talking again back to you're such a beautiful writer. You do so many things, writing being one of the biggest ones. And we have truckers with big stories. I, as a songwriter, have truck drivers send me story ideas, song ideas every day. So can you talk to our audience about, they've lived some wild, unbelievable moments, seen a lot of things out on the road. What would be your advice to someone who has a story to tell, wants to share it, but doesn't know where to start outside of blabbing on Facebook, like an actual more focused way to share a story?
Oh, I love this. I love that they send you song ideas and stories. It's beautiful because I think we are all made of stories. Your whole life is a story, and it's constantly evolving and unfolding. So for someone who really we all have great stories, but if someone really feels drawn to record it, write it down. I realize they're on the road. So you could record it, literally talk into a recorder. Most of the phones that people have can record messages. You can tell your story. You can also, when you stop, if you have some breaks, you can write it. I mean, I carry a journal everywhere. If for some reason I can't find my pen, I will do the recording, talking to my phone, send myself a message. I just think starting anywhere, that's the first step, often the hardest step, just to start doing it. Just say, you know what, today I'm going to just write down some sentences, or I'm going to record a couple of minutes of this story idea that I have. If you keep doing that every day, all of a sudden you have a story, a longer story, right? You may even have a book. You may have an essay or a short story. I think just to literally start, like you said, sometimes the simplest acts are the most profound, and just start today.
It's the simplest acts. And I want to kind of move to your fiction, The Charmed Library in particular, because there's a lot of stuff that you have written. And I want to get to a question about if you were going to tell our listeners where they should start in regards to reading you. I would love to hear that. But I did want to kind of ask you about the idea of using those smallest moments as a way of kind of springing into larger stories. And of course, at the heart of what's happening in the Charmed Library is the decision to kind of burn something, to kind of cast it off. I don't want to give anything away, but to cast something off, to take a bold step in the tiniest sort of way. Can you kind of talk about the idea of how those little steps can often open up a much larger world, that sometimes the simplest thing can do that?
Well, thank you for mentioning the Charmed Library. I am super excited about it. It comes out January the 6th, which is not that far away. And it's okay that you mentioned the burning aspect, because that's not a spoiler alert. I mean, one of the first things my main character does is she decides, I've had enough of this thing. She has written all these love letters and poetry to her ex, and she decides the only way I think I can get rid of this is to burn it. Now, she's like never burned a book in her life. It is so outside of her comfort zone, but she feels that burning it is going to be the next step for her. Because if you think about burning, also it is a restorative thing. You burn the ground and so that new things can grow. So that one simple act, though, for her is not so simple, because what happens when you make one decision, your trajectory changes. Your life suddenly is on a different path, and that's what happens for the main character in the Charmed Library. So I agree, it's a simple act, but it has such huge, not consequences, but just what happens afterward. And if you think one decision you make today can totally change your life, like if you decide you want to write down a story or write a song, in another year after you've started that and you've done it day after day, huge things can happen.
Oh, I love this so much. I'm very excited about this book because I talk about that movie a lot. Jennifer, did you ever see the movie Sliding Doors with Gwyneth Paltrow?
Yes,
Of
absolutely.
course. Of course, yeah. I think about that movie, especially later in life. I think about it like it's so
Mhm.
life-changing to me because I've been thinking a lot lately in it, even when it comes down to my mood, Jennifer, I'm like, okay, especially as it pertains to say my husband, I'm like, okay, I can get or my family, anything. I could get really mad right now, and that leads
Mhm.
our day down this whole path, or I can shift focus and let that go, or alchemize it, whatever, and that takes us down a whole different road. I think about the sliding door aspect, not even like did I get on the train or not, and who did I meet, did it change my life, what's my mood? And so I think that's a good
Mhm.
place we can start to be like, this day can go one of two ways. And you know what? It's entirely up to me, which is so powerful. And that's a magical thing
Mhm.
to me in itself. Do you feel that, especially I guess in your writing, because your style is so specific, and I mean that as a compliment, that like when you sit down, do you personally have to be writing from a place when you're in a good gratitude mood, or are you able, do you let yourself write when you're in not so much of a great place?
I write all the time, and I encourage anyone to write anytime, no matter how you feel. And a lot of us will write intuitively because we feel a certain way or we feel inspired. But just like life just it comes in ebbs and flows. Some days you feel great. Some days you feel like, I don't want to do that. But I always just sit down and do it anyway. But I will tell you, writing brings me joy. Creating anything brings me joy. And so if I'm having kind of a bummer day, I actually, when I write or do anything creative, I feel better. So it is like instantly it changes your mood. When you start creating from a space that comes out of your heart, it just will alter the rest of your day. So I don't wait until I feel it, although often I do feel it. I just do it anyway because I know that it's like if you're not feeling grateful and all of a sudden you stop what you're doing and you say three things you're grateful for, your entire mood will shift. And I know
Yep.
that.
Yeah.
So like you're saying, you pick, I'm going to be angry today or I'm going to just breathe this out. Come on, let's just breathe it out, right? Let's try it. Just at least give it a try. See how your day changes.
And also, by the way, I oftentimes choose the angry one, and I admit that, and that's sometimes okay. I think as long as you unfortunately, more often than not, I'm trying to shift back the other. But I think you have to embrace that as well and be like, it's okay.
Mhm.
Today, you know what? I can't always be skipping down the road. Today is, or this moment, maybe not today, but in this moment, I'm not feeling great. And I think back to the power of writing. You write it down, you get it out, get that crap out of your head, out of your body, so that you can move on. I know you do that too,
Yeah.
Jim.
I I do, and by the way, I wanted to kind of say something about sliding doors really quickly here. The cool thing about sliding doors is actually it begins in the middle because it's a great commentary on story crafting. The idea that we come down to what they call an inciting incident. The idea I could go one way or the other. And it's so kind
Yeah.
of neat how it kind of plays itself out that way. The really cool thing I wanted to ask Jennifer, by the way, was that's a really nice feeling, isn't it? If you write every day, almost inevitably, sometimes it takes 5 minutes, sometimes it takes 10 or 15, but at some point you feel a little click happen. And then it's almost like when you do a power walk. The first 10 minutes of the walk, you're not really crazy about why am I doing this? And then 10 minutes in, you go, oh my God, thank God, I feel so much better that I did this. There's always a place in writing or creating where it goes click and the engine turns over. Is that kind of your experience?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love your walking analogy. You're like, why am I doing this with myself? And then you're like, oh, you know what? I'm never sorry that I went for a walk. But yeah, I experienced that. I also give myself permission to have a really crummy writing day. Maybe it's not full of, anything that's that eloquent. And I think that's okay. To me, it's just the act of doing it because I know there's going to be wonderful things that happen. And yeah, I do have those moments where I start out and I'm like, ugh, this is garbage. And then all of a sudden I have a click and I'm like, oh wait, but that's not garbage. So I let it flow, even if it feels like it's really great writing or if it just feels like, you know what, I'm probably not going to use that.
And by the way, not using that often is a way to get to what you can use. That's what a lot of people don't
Totally.
understand. I mean, that's the biggest thing a lot of people in creating don't understand is that people think they're wasting time when they're being quote unquote unproductive and don't realize they're being productive by clearing the brush to get to what is productive. And if you don't do the bad work, you can never get to the good work. That's kind of my feeling about it.
Yeah, I love that. That is so true. It is absolutely, nothing is ever wasted.
Okay, so now on book, we encourage everyone to consume and all your wonderful, and your books are on Audible, by the way. You can, that's a big point for us around here, Jennifer, as you can imagine, with a lot of people who drive for a living. We say our goal in this radio show is to get them down the road in 4 hours, a little bit closer to their destination. That's what Audible books do as well. So you can find her work on Audible. You can head over to jennifermoorman.com. It's MOORMAN, not like the religion, but no disrespect to religion, just not how hers is spelled. But for you, Jennifer, what would be the one book that you think that felt like, outside of your own, that felt like pure magic when you first read it, whether that be a child or as an adult, something that you're like, oh, because I have those few books where I'm like, I read this and everything shifted for me, like perspective, and then which finally led me to another. Is there a book out there that has done that for you?
Yes, and it's going to be from my childhood, but it's A Wrinkle in Time by Madeleine L'Engle. That was the first book that actually a teacher gave me that made me realize I loved reading, because up to that point, I thought I did not like reading. And that book just opened up my whole world. And I thought, oh my gosh, books are like this. And then I just voraciously read so many things. And I still read a lot, but I would have to give that one my top honors because it really changed my life when I realized that there were all kinds of books out there, and this was the perfect book for me to be given.
And have you read it again? Let me say real quick, sorry, Jim. Have you read it again as an adult? Does it hold the same weight or different?
Yes. No, many times I've read it. I love it. And I have such a precious feeling about it, but it's a fantastic book for adults as well. It's just wonderful.
By the way, Lindsay, it's actually perfect if you've been listening to Jennifer, because I actually have a favorite quote from it.
No way.
Yeah, believing takes practice.
Oh, love it.
Yeah, it's one of my top fives too, Jennifer. I actually have Ray Bradbury's Illustrated Man, Madeleine L'Engle's Wrinkle in Time, from the Mixed Up Files of Miss Basil E. Frankweiler. Do you remember that one? That one is pretty fantastic. I bought a Scholastic book when I was growing up as a little boy. The first one I ever bought was called Sam the Minuteman. So I've got kind of a hometown feel for it. And I was going to kind of follow up Lindsay's question, because I'll tell you, A Wrinkle in Time, Lindsay, feels more like fall than almost any other book I've read. It just feels
that's
like
the best feeling ever. I'm going to have to reread this book.
The way they feel at the house, the way the whole house is set up in the beginning with the family is really, really terrific. The other one for me, and I wanted to kind of follow up, because I've always, when I read The Hobbit, the description of his home in the beginning always made me feel really home, really kind of like this is where I'd want to be if I was reading my books and doing all that kind of stuff. Is there a book that makes you feel like you're home? Is it A Wrinkle in Time as well?
I would say yes, just because it really just opened up my awareness. Because I hate to say it, but the truth is I did not like reading, because the books that I was given to read up to that point they did not speak to me, and this one did, and it's just like stepping through a portal into something else, and I'm like, oh, this is how it's going to be. So I think that one just makes me feel like seen.
Ooh, feel seen. That's as home as it gets. That's all we want to do around here is make people feel seen, including ourselves, Jennifer. The including ourselves part I think is the most important, because you can't really see others until you see yourself, I believe. Okay, but I want to pivot here. I'm going to pivot, Jim. Thank you. Pivot. I want to talk, because you toured you have also a recording industry degree. You've toured as a singer with the band that you put together for years. So I've never written a book. However, I've been writing a book for the past 8 years. Like every once in a while, I'll doodle a little bit on my computer and be like, okay, now I'm writing a book because I wrote four sentences today. but it's so, for me, it's so overwhelming. That's why as a songwriter, I can write, these 3.5-minute stories, and they're magical, and it's harder in some ways to do, and it's easier in some ways to do. But since you've done both, talk to me and a little bit about the difference between sitting down to write a book and sitting down to, have you written songs?
Yes.
Okay. So the difference between the two, outside of the obvious of length, from a mindset perspective, how do you conquer each one differently, or is it the same for you?
Oh my goodness, this is a great question. And it's funny that the book feels more daunting than the songs, and that's the reverse for me. Writing something so summarized and meaningful and short is so challenging. I mean, I loved songwriting because I love music. It just moves me. And I was more of a lyricist than the music accompaniment. But occasionally I would, I'd get a melody and I could hum it too. But I worked with mostly guitarists, and it's just more challenging to me. But I do love it. But I'd say the approach, whereas songwriting to me was always collaborative. And when I start my book and my writing, it's not collaborative. It's really just me sitting down doing this thing. Now, as I get going, if I have wonderful brainstorming partners that I can bounce ideas off if I feel stuck or unsure about something. But songwriting was always just a collaborative joint thing, which has its own fun and maybe even its own challenges too. Whereas the book, when I started, it's really just me doing it.
Mm. Oof, that's probably why it's daunting to me, because it's like, okay, it's all up to you at this point.
Yeah. But there's a lot of freedom there because it's all up to you. You can do whatever you want with no boundaries.
Yeah, that's true.
I ask this question of every single writer that comes on because some people are plotters and some people kind of flying by the seat of their pants. Have your characters ever surprised you while writing? Have you ever had them do things where you're like, oh my God, I didn't want you to do this, but you're going to do it, so I got to follow you?
Not to that extreme. I love this, though, because my characters do talk to me, and they do surprise me, but not in an extreme way. I wouldn't say that anyone's ever, made me feel like, wait, you're doing what? But, to me, I feel like their dialogue, might be surprising or how they respond, but I am not a pantser at all. There's no way. I have pantsered before, and I find that it can create a lot of bunny trails and a lot of plot holes and just a lot of free writing, which I love in its own place. But for a story, for me, I actually kind of have a pretty good idea of where it's going. It's like a GPS, right? I know the end point. I know some stops along the way, but if I get detoured slightly, it's okay. It's very organic, but I do have a pretty good idea of where I'm going and my guideposts along the way. So my characters, I do give them flexibility, but I wouldn't say anyone has really shocked me.
Ooh, there's still time. There's still
There
time
is.
to be shocked. We're talking with Jennifer
There is.
Mormon. You can head over to her website, Jennifer Mormon, MORRMAN.com. Find all her books. The new book coming in January, which I'm very excited to live my best sliding doors moment through that book. All right, Jennifer, on this show, we're almost out of time, which I hate, but I'd love for you to come back sometime on my show. We should write about the healing power of writing, because I think you and I can go a lot deeper there as well. But as we like to end the show, we say the show is about making a life out on the road. We make a living in the first half of the show. We make a life on the second half. If you could make a life out on the road this weekend, Jennifer, you're going anywhere you want, whether it be your backyard or somewhere that the moon or somewhere that hasn't even we don't even know about yet. You can go anywhere you want. Where are you going? How you getting there? And what are you listening to along the way?
Oh my goodness, I love this. Okay, I'm going to go to the beach, the ocean. I just want to go and stand at the ocean. How I'm going to get there? I'm going to drive. And what am I listening to? Gosh, it's still before Labor Day. So what about some yacht rock?
Fair enough. You're allowed. So are you saying yacht rock is like white pants? We can only wear white pants between.
I don't know. Right. I know that is a funny thing that I still think about, but you can wear your white pants as long as you want to. But I just feel like that's what I'm going to do then this weekend. It's just really just chill out, easy going, easy breezy vibe.
Really
yacht
quickly.
rock on the way to the beach, Jim. I can get on board with that.
I want to know from our listeners, too, by the way, if anybody, when somebody says yacht rock and thinks about boats, immediately thinks about Christopher Cross. I'm just curious.
I do.
Yeah.
Take me away to where I'll always be with you. Of course. How can you not
I just
go
wanted
there?
to make sure. I wanted to make sure I wasn't alone. I always see, the canvas can do miracles. Just you wait and see. By the way, so can Jennifer Mormon. Guys, check out the podcast too, because it's almost a daily affirmation. Is what it kind of functions as well too. It's really terrific in that way. A nice bit of joy to kind of start or end the day. Thank you, Jennifer, by the way.
Thank you so much for having me.
Jennifer, can we be friends?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. That sounds so needy and desperate. Can I ask you on the air so you can't say no? No, you're awesome. JenniferMormon.com. Have the best day. Please come back soon.
Thank you so much.
We go from new friends to old friends, by the way. Our good friend Ellen Voya is going to be joining us to talk about her Off to the Races best-selling book, by the way, and I'm excited about it. You excited, Lou?
I'm always excited. Always good to talk to Ellen. We'll be right back.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Yep, it's time for Hour 2 of Living a Life on Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack. Back to you.
Hey, the word of 2025 just might be tariff, and a new round just went into effect against dozens of countries. What effects we already have seen, what effects are on their way, and how does trucking fit into all of it? Jason Miller, friend of this show as well, good friend of Dave Nemo and Dean Croak of Michigan State University's Eli Broad College of Business, walks everyone through it on Trucking with OIDA at 11 in the center, 12 in the east at RadioNemo.com. You can find us on the Tube of You, the Book of Face, the Audacity of Odyssey, and of course, maybe you left your heart at iHeart. We hope you're enjoying the show as it rolls along. And by the way, all of the shows now are available on Spotify, Pandora, a certain app I won't mention. You can find us. We're always out there. If you miss us, you can always get us back, by the way. And don't forget, Nemo's Night Beat is on Reeves Radio tonight at 10 in the east, 9 in the center. I think that's right. I hope that's right. Good morning to you, Lindsay Lawler.
Good morning to you. Good morning. Good morning. Also coming up in just a little bit, about 15 minutes, Ellen Ellen, formerly of Women in Trucking. She is the founder of Women in Trucking. She gave the reins over, and now she's still doing radio. She's an author and has a new book out, so we'll be talking to her in just a bit. And then right after that, it's your country and Western music news, and we're going to dive deep. A lot of our conversation in country and Western music news today, Jim, is centered around sobriety. And we'll dive into this more, but it's a topic that keeps coming up, especially in country music. Maybe it's always been coming up, and I'm just not drinking as much as I used to. Still drink, but not as much as I used to, so I notice it coming up more. I don't know. We can dive into that more on the other side. But the country and Western music news coming up at 10:30. And speaking of country and Western music news, Jem, I told you the guys that are running some cable here at my house, half of their staff's here and half is over at Miranda Lampert's house working as well. And I saw a story, I started to mention it on Country and Western Music News Friday, about Miranda has now gotten into playing golf, she and her husband. And it's with the mindset of, what can I do while I'm on the road? What's a new hobby? She basically was like, I need a hobby. What can I do when I'm on the road? And what can I do with my husband? What can I do till I'm old? And it was golf. And I've been thinking about hobbies lately a lot, Jim, and I'm like, I need a hobby. Now, I don't want to just I wanted to put that question out into the world and be like, I need a hobby, and then I want it to kind of find me. I don't want to like Google what should I do for a hobby, but I'm trying to figure out what it is because I have a lot of friends talking about things they're getting into, whether that's, I don't know, knitting or golfing like Miranda, or having little adventures they can do on a Saturday morning, or whatever it may be. So I'm really into the hobby conversation right now.
I'm going to say this in by way of expanding how you conceive of what a hobby is. Not that,
Okay.
you might not find something like golf or skeet shooting or, anything. It doesn't make any difference. Don't forget, by the way, that for some people, gaming is a hobby. And I don't just mean video gaming, but people who play. Like I said, there are board games now, Lindsay, that will take your breath away in regards to the fun they can bring in, all that kind of stuff. I will openly tell people one of my favorite hobbies I actually have managed to fold into this show to some degree. I'm a big fan of fictional podcasting, meaning podcasts that are fictional and like stories told and created for as if they were old-time radio dramas. I have a group of friends who we will listen to about 2 or 3 podcasts that come out every week or so when they're running their seasons, and then we'll get together and talk about it. Don't ever forget.
It's like a book club, kind of.
Yeah, it's exactly what it's like.
Okay.
And don't forget that you don't have to limit yourself to like, I have a hobby, and most people have the hobby of golf, so I'm going to get into that. I mean, sometimes we make choices to have hobbies that our friends have so we can do it with them. But we have more access to more groups of people. And I don't just mean online, but you can find people online that gather to enjoy anything that you enjoy on your own that you've made a hobby of, to discuss the hobby itself.
I like that you posed it. Actually, I really like that you took hobby and made it a social thing, because I have enough, kind of to your point, I have enough that I do. I might like my alone hobbies would be writing. I mean, I guess I do it for work, but it's, writing or taking a walk and listening to a podcast or, listening to music. Like I consider those all my personal, maybe not the word hobby, but what do I like to do when I'm
Pastime.
alone kind of thing.
Pastime.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're pastimes that inspire me to trickle into my world and my work, but I like that you said the social piece, because I've noticed that I'm not very social anymore, and I'm okay with that because I'm at a time in my life where my priorities are my family and my work. But something that I can incorporate in, like my sister and her friends back home do this, and I really like this, Jim. I think how it started basically was like they love to cook, they love to get together and socialize, but nobody ever wants to do all the work. So it was basically she and another friend started this. And then they were like, okay, each of us can ask one other couple to be a part of it. And then that couple can ask one other couple. And so it was, you got this group of, they ended up with 11 couples was the number they wanted. And there's a reason why. 11 couples or friends, however you want to do it. And so each month, since there's 11, each month someone hosts the dinner at their house. They have to have a theme, and they handle everything. When it's your turn to host, you handle every single thing. You come up with a theme, a topic, you do the food, you do the drink, you do everything. So you do that once a month. And then the other 10 months, you don't have to do anything. You go to that person's house, they come up with a theme. And the 12th month, December, they go to a restaurant where nobody has to handle anything. They rent out a private room or whatever. They don't get that fancy, but they go somewhere and do it. And I just thought that was really neat, because you invite a friend and you trust that who that friend invites is going to fit in with the circle. You get to expand your group, and you get to come try new things as far as the theme. I think it's really cool.
The moment you said 11, I totally got it. I said,
I saw you nodding.
I said, I wonder what they do for Christmas was the thought that hit me almost immediately. I think it's really important for another reason. I think it's really important for this reason as well, too, because you're also introducing people to new people. Because if people are inviting new things, and I'm going to go really in the left field here really quickly to kind of get back to what you were talking about. I think that if you can do that for a lot of women can do that for their husbands, I think it's a great thing. And here's why. A lot of guys have a really hard time making new friends after 50. And we've talked about this a lot. And this is a real opportunity to help people make friends. And I think that is a really, really groovy thing that's going on. My mom and dad and I were watching season 4 of The Sinner together last night with Bill Pullman. And we got swept into it. We had like 5 episodes to go, which means we finished the series, Lindsay. I went a little bit, I stayed up past my bedtime watching it with me. At the end, this sheriff ends up giving Bill Pullman's character this hug out of nowhere. Just gives him a big hug. And it's a great piece of acting because at first Bill Pullman is very awkward. But when he breaks the hug and goes over and gets in his car, Bill Pullman gets this slight, tiny little smile on his face. And I think they worked on a case together that they solved together, Lindsay. And what I think is so cool is doing things with other people, being social, is a way of making connections, especially later in life, that makes you friends. Sometimes a friendship is the beginning of an absolutely great adventure. And if you can have one past 50, that's a gift that keeps on paying itself off for the rest of your life. So that's kind of my take.
I love it.
I
Well,
mean-
there's so many. You're right. So many things happen in that. You meet new people, you expand your group, you expand your horizons. I love the theme aspect too, because it can be like we're doing, Ethiopian theme tonight. So it's going to be about culture and that kind of food, or whatever it is, and it's conversation starters around it. So I love this. It's hard to get everyone to commit to anything all the time, but I think finding something that becomes an anchor for you, even if it's monthly or whatever, that no matter what, you have that to sort of look forward to in that group. So I think it's a neat thing. And I know it'd be hard for truck drivers to spend so much time on the road, but maybe they can do some aspect of this in a meetup. Like I love that website, meetup.com. I remember when we first moved to Nashville, seeing it, my husband and I, and we never like fully connected like with a group that became a long-term group, but we'd look on the meetup site and it would say like, we're doing a meetup. It's going to be at this restaurant today and we're doing Latin dancing or whatever. I don't know. We went to a few of them just for something different to do. So I know there's a lot of meetup groups in trucking as well. And you can be like, we're all meeting up at, so-and-so truck stop today. And we're going to sit in the back booth and talk about, here's the topic, now ready, go. Anything like that, I think, is really cool. That sort of forces you out of your comfort zone, which is ironic because it ultimately leads you to comfort, which is a really funny thing to me.
There's a restaurant called the Mosquito Supper Club in New Orleans, and part of their deal is, they have a couple of single tables for 2 people, but most of it is family-style dining. And you pay in advance, and then you only pay for your drinks at the end of the night. And a friend of mine and I went to the Mosquito Supper Club, and we met 2 women who were vacationing together down in the city of New Orleans. We met another young couple who were, in fact, just starting off their academic adventure. She was finishing her PhD. He had just accepted a position at the local university. We met a woman who was a professional actress. You'd recognize her from Drop Dead Diva. And her husband were there, and then another couple who was a professor from LSU and his wife were all there. And we sat at the table with them, Lindsay, and we didn't know them. And we had to do a family-style dining experience. And like I said, none of them were like going to change our lives. They were great conversation. It was really fun.
I love it.
And I
it takes a lot of pressure off your spouse or who, if you're having a one-on-one meal. I'm just saying spouse because, if you've been with somebody a long time, maybe having other people around takes some pressure off of what are we going to talk about tonight? If you do have that problem in your relationship.
Everybody was new. So everybody had to literally unpack their exposition. It's like, we can go right back to the origin story. How did you get here? Tell me how you got that degree. Tell me how you got that first job. Talk about, what your kids are like. And that it wasn't a table full of people who had heard everything already before. Everything was new. And that was really kind of great and groovy. And, of course, that made other people talk, say, well, I have something in common with that, or I'm a little bit different than that. And that was great. The other thing was they were all from all over the country. We had people from New York, California, Memphis, somebody from the state of Washington. It was great. It's really
I love
great.
it. I love it. People bringing people together. One hobby, one meal, one conversation at a time. You could do it all over the world, all over the country. Speaking of all over the place, I don't know where our next guest is coming to us from today, but she's a woman who has always is all over the place, doing all kinds of things. A Renaissance woman, Jimmy Mack. We could call this next woman a Renaissance woman, right?
Oh, my, absolutely. She's like a Van Morrison song. She's ever present everywhere. That's it.
I love that. Yes, Dre?
There's not a lot of women I'll wear a dress for, Ellen, okay?
Aw, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
You know, Dre's got nice knees.
I'll write that down in my
That ain't
biography.
all, Ellen. That ain't all.
I got nice ankles too, Ellen.
I'm telling you, man. Phone Master Dre is keeping it okay. Lindsay, would you?
I reposted that, Dre. I put that on my Facebook page.
It's out there now. It's out there.
It's out there.
Only for you, Ellen. Only for you would Phone Master Dre don a slip. That's it, right there. That's the name of my new character, by the way, Donna Slip. No, okay, go ahead, Lindsay. Would you care to do this? You want me to do this?
Sure. Well, I love this next lady, and I love that you always say voila. It's voya, Ellen Voya voya, because everybody looks. It's spelled VOIE, and no, I'm sure you've gotten all kinds of pronunciations over your life, Ellen. Right?
Oh, yeah. And some people give it a French, like voix, when they say that. And I'm like, and they'll apologize and they'll say, no, I like the way you said it better than the way it really is. But it's really Norwegian. And in Norway, it's spelled WOIE, but it's pronounced Voya. So it's very Norwegian. It's not French.
Ellen Voya, who is as fancy as she wants to be. French, Spanish, English, whatever she wants to be. Voila, it's Voya, but it's Voya either way. Ellen Voya is joining us next. Of course, she founded the Women in Trucking Association back in 2007. Their mission over there, if you don't already know yet, is to promote the employment of women in the trucking industry. What a novel idea.
What are you talking about? Dreamer, get your head out of the clouds.
It'll never work. It'll never work.
Well,
because
you're a woman in trucking, Lindsay.
I am, and I got to meet you through it and write a song for your organization and see all the great work you've done. You're, of course, a recognized speaker. She's an authority on inclusion for women in trucking, and so we're going to dive into that. But what's really exciting and why one of the main reasons she's here today is she has a new book out. So outside of being founder of Women Trucking, a radio host, a speaker, she is now also, you can add, and by the way, a pilot. Let's throw that in the mix. And a mom and a badass woman of the world. She's also now an author. So Ellen, so excited to have you here, talk about this book and everything you have going on, and just really so excited for you that you've one more time again done a pivot. And into this new world. So welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for letting me talk about it on your show, because I'm so excited. And it is a bestseller. And part of that is because of our friend David Owen, who bought a copy for everyone who's attending his conference in October. So
nice.
If you attend, But so the book is called From Dispatcher to Disruptor. And it's really about my journey. And it's all the challenges I faced in starting Women in Trucking, the challenges in the industry, some issues that the industry still has to tackle, and things that the struggles that I went through to create the organization. And it's just it's really kind of my history, my bio almost.
Well, one of the fun things about reading it, Ellen, is the fact that you always made sense to me. It wasn't like this woman makes no sense. But I always love a good kind of origin story, the kind of like, we often don't realize that we look back on the events of our life and the things that we want to do when we're growing up. And sometimes we don't end up exactly in the place we thought we would, but we look back over all the places that we've been, and it all seems to add up to a sort of logical conclusion. And in kind of going through the story, and you can talk about this for a little bit, the idea that were you able to kind of look back and say, oh, no, this is exactly where, maybe not where I planned to be, but exactly where I needed to be?
Oh, exactly. If you would ask me in high school if I thought I'd enter the trucking industry, I had an uncle who was a truck driver, and it's very, very stereotypical. He looked and acted like a truck driver, had the cigar in his mouth and, the driver's belly. And, that was the only introduction I knew in trucking. But then when, the world just changes I'll say a heartbeat. And for anyone who reads the book, it starts out with, your mom is in a coma. And I was working at a steel fabricating plant. I got a call. My mom was in a coma. I literally walked out, and I didn't go back. I was only 20 years old. I didn't go back for, it was at least 2 weeks. The funeral, I moved out of my apartment. And I walked back, and they said, well, the president wants to talk to you. And I thought, well, what the hell? He's gonna fire me, which I totally deserved because I literally just walked out. He sat me down and he said, we'd like to move you into the traffic department. We'll send you to school for traffic and transportation management, and we'll give you a big raise. I mean, that was what greeted me after my mom's funeral. So that changed my life. That put me in the trucking industry. So here I am.
Wow. Well, then those are the things. That's why I love telling these kinds of stories. Jim and I always talk about origin stories around here, and I think, you know, being able to lean into there was a certain power, I'm going to guess, about walking out of the job that day, knowing I'm going from a priority standpoint. Like, it's like, I'm leaving now. Mom's a priority. I got to be there with her. I don't know if I'm going to have a job to come back to. You came back to something even better. But there's I think, a power in prioritization of what's important to us and what means the most and what matters. So that's what stands out to me in that scenario. And I would just, you know, do you think, looking back, were you, looking back, were you able to perhaps know in that moment there's something shifting here and I don't know what? Or do you think that that moment was sort of the tragedy that you could recognize now shifted the rest of your life? Because you already said it changed your life, but were you aware of that in the moment, I guess?
No, and that's a great question, Lindsay, because all I cared about was saying goodbye to my mom. That's all I cared about. And it was too late. I drove to the hospital, sat next to her bed, and she died, you know, about a couple days later. So, I mean, who would have thought that, I mean, my boss, the owner of the company, could have said, you walked out, you didn't come back for 2 weeks, we didn't hear from you. He could have said, you know, fire her. But he didn't. He must have seen something in me. And that changed my entire career. Went to school for traffic and transportation management, became the assistant traffic manager, then traffic manager, then did consulting for 18 years, ended up, you know, working at Trucker Buddy for a while. But then I got hired by Schneider, and they said, help us figure out how to attract and retain non-traditional groups. And that included women. And when I started doing my research on how do we get more women in this industry, I felt like the industry was missing 50% of the population. And at the time, the frustrating thing was that suddenly the light bulbs were coming on for them, and they're like, oh, we could fill seats. And I'm like, no. I want you to hire women because of what women bring to the industry, not just to fill a seat. And it took me a number of years to convince them, because there was no data at that time. Nobody knew. They didn't even know what percentage of their drivers were female. So it took me a while to get them to understand that women have a different reason for entering the industry and also for leaving. Women want to work for a company that they feel has their back. And they want a dispatcher who cares about them, and you know, like, oh, don't worry if the roads are bad and it's a tornado, don't go there. Men are looking for pay parity. Men are like, if you get that gravy load, I want a gravy load, and data has proven this. So carriers need to realize women are looking for a different thing in the industry, and women leave for different reasons. So it took me years to get them to realize that women are different.
What often happens in corporate environments, and this is an enculturation thing, not a biological imperative by any stretch of the imagination, is that often women are told there are only so many seats at the table for you, so here's a knife, sort it out. I'm wondering, Ellen, if the fact, the generosity of that happenstance moment where literally you think you're going to be fired and instead it ends up flipping into, I'm actually going to present you with an opportunity that's going to change your life, if in some ways that becomes the seed for how you actually act in the corporate world, how you act behind a desk and on the floor, in the sense that you're always looking for people who might have a different perspective and deserve a break and deserve to be heard, that sometimes reaching out to people who might be in the corner and saying, from where you're standing, what do you see that could make things different around here? And I'm kind of curious, have you been like aware of that throughout your career? Because that's what you're kind of known for. The idea is there's a perspective you're not looking at. Maybe we should kind of go ask those folks. Do you understand what I'm asking here?
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I do. And that's why Women in Trucking is a dues-based membership organization, because every decision I ever made
as CEO of Women in Trucking was based on feedback from our members, and especially driver members, because, you know, we were really trying to increase women in the driver's seat as well as women in all other levels of the industry. But women in the driver's seat had a lot more physical challenges, you know, like the trucks and the truck stops. When I started, it was a locker room type shower. They didn't even have private showers. So if you wanted to shower, you had to hope someone would stand at the door. I mean, those are the kind of challenges. And the uniforms and the truck ergonomics and things like that, they needed a voice. I knew that our driver population needed a voice for someone to stand up for them and say, hey, we need to create change here. So I'm glad you said that, Jimmy, because it's all about what did the members want. And I think that's why Women in Trucking grew so dramatically, because it was like, all I am is your voice. I'm just trying to give you a voice and take it to the right people.
So speaking of getting it to the right people, and this book, From Dispatcher to Disruptor, I love the title, by the way. Obviously, we're still, I love, by the way, when you went back into trucking and said, went back talking at the beginning of trucking, it's like, we want you to think of, what was the term used? Groups of people, non-traditional groups of people, which included women, which is obviously mind-blowing. But
we don't say male dominated environment. We say male populated.
Male populated. Oh, I like that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that shift. So speaking of the male populated industry that we're still in now, it's shifted. We're moving the needle up a little bit here. But why should men read this book? Because obviously that's still the majority of the audience. Why should men read your book as it pertains to helping them with an understanding that will actually make them thrive in their own business?
Well, each chapter is broken down into a topic. And so one topic might be the truck cab design and ergonomics. So a lot of times when I stand up and talk in front of men, they'll say, I hadn't thought about that. And so I want them to read the book and think about it and think, you know, I never thought that, you know, we needed to change the cab of the truck so that women can reach the pedals and see over the dash. I mean, oh my gosh, that's a safety issue, you know. So I want them to read the book so that they see what challenges women are facing, but not just drivers. I mean, I wasn't a driver. I did get my CDL just to experience it, but I was in the corporate world. And I had a lot of challenges. In fact, I started out when I was 20 years old, and I was a traffic manager at a steel fabricating plant, and everybody had to go by tariffs instead of because it was before deregulation. Believe me, I'm that old. So I got offered pot. I got offered dates with brewers. I got offered. They didn't know what to do with me because here I was, 20 years old, responsible for all this raw steel coming into our 3 plants and all the material and handling equipment going out, which was not very damageable, and it was very heavy, so it was very high price shipping, and they wanted my freight. They didn't know how to treat me. And wow. That's in part of the book too. Yeah, there's a lot of women who have been in the industry for years who can relate to some of the things that I say in there. It was a whole different environment, and I'm glad that it's a better environment now. And one of the biggest difference I've seen is 20, 30, 40 years ago, female drivers did not want to be noticed. They would do their job. They didn't want people to notice them. Now, female drivers, notice me, and I want you to hear me. So that's the biggest change I've seen, and I hope I've been part of that momentum.
Wow.
Really quickly, to ask a man, why would a man want to read this book? I can tell you a good reason. I was actually able to remind myself of the value lesson that no detour is ever taking you actually off the course you're meant to be. You know, you and I had talked about the idea that you actually started off wanting to be Barbara Walters, and there it was in the book.
Yeah.
But the other thing that's really cool is that people also, you know, will understand that if you actually take a gig as the first female disc jockey at a particular station, that actually is a detour that you take that actually gets you back on track, because once you make the move into the idea of becoming an advocate for women's issues in truck driving, you're able to get in front of that microphone and go to work because you had the experience. Cometh the moment.
Isn't that amazing?
Cometh the moment.
Yeah.
Cometh the voya.
Cometh the woman.
Yeah, I mean, there you
woman.
go. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, hey, speaking of that,
absolutely amazing.
I was just going to tell you, Ellen, in the chat right now, Marshall Platter wants to give a shout out saying that you're such a classy lady, and reminding he's a charter member of Women in Trucking. I think that's important to remember. I love the men that are members of Women in Trucking. That sums it all up.
Too.
It sums it all up.
Marshall.
Yes, thank you, Marshall. Sorry, Ellen, we are out of time. Hope to talk to you again soon. Everyone, head on over to ellenvoie, voie.com to find out what she's got going on. Get the book. It's out. You should read it. Ellen, we love you.
Thank you. All right. Thanks so much, guys. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Too.
Bye-bye.
You too.
Lindsay, I have to do it. I have to do it because I used to do it every single Saturday.
Wow.
Voila. It's Voya.
I know you love that.
I know. We'll be right back with country and western music news because we like both kinds.
Both kinds?
And we like all kinds.
All kinds.
Shady Rays is pretty cool too. ShadyRays.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho.
Huh?
Excuse you?
What?
Did you call me?
Her.
Welcome to the Hoedown, because it's time for country
Got it.
and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself,
That's me.
Lindsay Lawler.
Oh, yeah. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Lindsay Lawler. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back to your country and western music news, because boys and girls, on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Okay. So that's how you know I'm pivoting.
Pivot.
So about over a week ago, Jim, the CBS News Texas, they hosted a benefit called Loud for Love, which was another one of these benefit concerts popping up for the people in Central Texas who are, of course, trying to rebuild after the deadly floods that took place back on the 4th of July. So here's why I love the story, outside of course, people helping people, which is the main thing I love around here, Jim. But I love the idea here of how things can escalate, Jim, but in a good way. So what happened? Escalate quickly based on one little turn of events. So here's how it goes. So a signed guitar by country singer Coffee Anderson, who I didn't even know of this person. I'm also so intrigued, Jim, when I've never heard of somebody and then I log on and it's like, they've got 1 million followers. I'm like, who are you? So there's a country singer named Coffee Anderson. By the way, Jim, he has a song called If You're Happy and You Know It, Drink a Beer. But he does it to a country hip-hop tune. He's a Texas-based African-American country singer. He's really good now that I've listened to him. He seems very likable. Anyway, so he went online and said he was donating a signed guitar for this benefit. And then a country legend got wind of this and decided to throw his hat in the ring to help out. And here's how the proceeds escalated quickly, Jim. I love this timeline. At 3:30 p.m. on Friday, the instrument was picked up from the guitar store in Texas. At 5:45 On Friday, it was placed for auction to be signed by Coffee Anderson. By the time of the show for Loud 11 at 6 p.m., it had reached $240, Jim. It was going for $240 in the silent auction. Signed guitar by Coffee Anderson.
All right.
By 7:15, they announced that the winning bidder would get to meet Coffee Anderson, and it went up to $300. By 8:03, they announced that country legend Randy Travis would also sign the guitar. So an hour later, the bid went from $300 to $4,200 that quickly. 50 minutes later, it was announced that the winner would also get to have dinner with both Coffee Anderson and Randy Travis. 5 minutes later, the bid went to $9,000. And that dinner took place this past Sunday in Fort Worth, Texas, at one of my favorite restaurants in the world. So they had fresh tortillas, sizzling steak, the best margaritas. All the usual suspects were there for that dinner at Fort Worth at a staple, Joe T. Garcia's, a.k.a. Joe T's. If we're ever in Fort Worth together, Jim, and I hope that we are, I'm taking you to Joe T's to change your life. But anyway, so
sounds great.
It's so good. So Coffee Anderson said that Randy Travis's wife, Miss Mary, as he called her, said, Miss Mary texted me and said, hey, Coffee, we're willing to sign the guitar and take them to go to dinner if you want to eat, baby. And of course, I want it to be at Joe T's because, as she said, that is a staple forever and ever. Amen to us. We've been going there since the 70s. So the woman, Jim, who won this, by say won, I say gave $9,000 to do it. She and her family said, I mean, I was an 80s baby. I grew up with the prime country and the heavy hitters that is Randy Travis. And she herself had been a camper at Camp Mystic. And her kids had even gone there. So they were okay. But she said this was really important to her. Coffee was obviously excited. He's like, I can't believe I get a text from Randy Travis's wife. And so I say all this, Jim, just to tell you that you don't know, one little act, it was like Coffee saying, I don't know what I can do, but I can sign a guitar. Randy Travis gets in, and boom, now we have $9,000 that helps one family out, and so on and so forth. It's a reminder, Jim, of these trickle moments that do the thing. You might think what you're doing is little. The simple things can be very profound. And as Randy Travis said, and I quote, he said, this was a biblically sized tragedy for our state and for our families. And just to have a little small win as people and Texans are rebuilding their entire life, well, that's fine by me, Jim. And I know you can relate to this, obviously going through Katrina, and just the little things that seem little to some people are huge in the scheme of things, right?
And it's really important right now to do anything you can for any of these people, because I'll tell you this, man, there's a lot to remember coming up in about a couple of weeks here in New Orleans in regards to it'll be 20 years since Katrina, and that is a wallop for us. But there are so many moments where people did really amazing things, Lindsay. I mean, did some amazing things for us that I carry those memories with me too. Make sense? The idea that you want to make sure that you do something nice for people right now, because they're going to go back to those memories and the trauma and the darkness of what it was that happened to them. But if they have green shoots or little breaks of light in the midst of that, that will ballast them and not let them fall into despair as the years go on, because some things never get made right. And people have to accept that sometimes. But if you create that balance of joy in the midst of all that sadness, they might have the strength and the anchor to get on to the next place.
Yeah. And it's, hey, check the YouTube chat real quick, guys. I think that that's important to remember too, because not only is it about being there for people right then and there when it happens. I mean, it's kind of, this is a gross term and I'm going to say it anyway. It's kind of sometimes sexy to help out in the beginning. You're like, oh, I'm a part of it. I'm going to go help those people while it's still on the news. Maybe I can make it on the news. And however, wherever you help, it's great. It's the year later. It's the 2 years later. It's the 20 years later after Katrina, when, I mean, I've been to New Orleans. I see that people are still hurting from Katrina. So it's that kind of thing too. It's showing up when somebody loses somebody and you're there for them right in the moment. They sometimes don't even remember that because you're in a period of grief or tragedy. You're so lost. It's the coming back when so to speak the dust is settled and being like, I'm still here a year later, 2 years later, to keep checking on them. And that's that's when it's the most lonely, when it's not as exciting. That's the wrong word, but you know what I mean when I'm using that word.
Yeah, and by the way, it is exactly the right word to use. No, you are absolutely right, because in the case of New Orleans, and we'll get back to our friends in Texas for a second, because they have another problem that we didn't have. It was cool to come down here, Lindsay, because there were still cool things to do in the area. So people came down to help, and what they really came down to do was make their art and get themselves famous. And they called them culture vultures. I'm creating an art piece in honor of the people of New Orleans. And you're like, no, you're creating an art piece for yourself. Are all proceeds? Are you also serving a meal to all the people in the Ninth Ward? Are you doing that? A lot of people just came down looking to make a statement. And it's really gross. It was really gross. And you're right. The idea of the people who came back the year after that and the year after that to check on people, to make sure people were actually getting back on their feet, it made such a difference. Those are the people we'll never forget in that positive way.
Wow, love it. It's a great reminder. It's a great reminder, especially as we come up on 20 years of Katrina. There's still stuff that can be done from people that suffered through Katrina. Still, 20 years later, still people that never got to rebuild or are still displaced.
These people in Texas, though, Lindsay?
I mean, can I say still displaced? 20 years later? There's probably a different term from it if you haven't figured out a way to pivot at this point. But
some people who have never really gotten home.
Something that catastrophic that throws you off your timeline.
Yeah, some people that have never gotten home. Straight up. That's it. They've never gotten away home. And the thing is that those people in Texas need to hear this from me and from everybody that's down here. It ain't all going to get fixed, but it does get better. And I'll leave it at that. It doesn't all get, there is no part where you're made whole, especially people who lost people. It's never going to get right, but there are places where it can get better, and there are places where you can actually be able to kind of move on with purpose and the meaning that your life now has from this point on. That's the best way I can put it. That's it. That's what I got.
Oh, I think that's a great way to put it, because to have a new meaning, it doesn't have to define you. It just gives you new meaning. I actually like that very much. All right, Jim, shifting. Pivot. Thank you. 73 years ago, Jim, a country music icon was fired from the Grand Ole Opry. Any ideas who could be?
I do, but I want you to say
it. You do, probably, because I already gave you a heads up.
Yeah.
No. So this is why it's crazy to me. So during his very tragically short life, actually, Hank Williams Sr., the OG, he became, of course, one of the biggest staples in country music to this day, including on the Opry. I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry. Oh, what a great song. Anyway, the I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry singer, he made his Opry debut, Jim, in June of 1949. And he got 6 encores during his performance. The first time he's on the Opry, he got 6 encores. He soon, which is probably still to this day a record, he soon became... more so just because they have to move things along, and there's no time for that many encores. But he soon became a regular on that historic stage. But things took a turn when he began missing show after show due to, Jim, his substance and abuse issues, which is very sad. I can't even... For me, this one's hard to grasp and makes my heart really hurt for somebody who finally, like, you're standing on, as a country music singer and dreamer, you're finally standing on the Opry stage, and you have such an addiction that you can't even get past it to make your way back to the Opry when you're called there. That's the biggest sign of what a disease it is, I guess I'll say, right?
Oh my God. And it's like, I mean, the things you look back on when you were in the thrall of it or in it, I mean, it's like the things you threw away, the human relationships, the opportunities, like when you realize, oh my God, I could have been a contender. I mean, that statement lands with me. Oh, it's like, Lindsay, it makes me wince. Is the best way I can describe it. I mean, that's it. That's it. Ugh.
Yeah, no.
Ugh.
So he said when Hank Williams, he skipped a performance in 1952, and listen to this, Jim, it gets worse. So Hank Williams skipped a performance on the Opry in 1952. That was the final straw. So 2 days later, he was fired from the Grand Ole Opry. It gets worse. He was fired at the Grand Ole Opry. The move was meant to be a warning to Hank Williams, but he never returned to the iconic stage because he died in January, a couple months later, due to heart failure. So Hank Williams' grandson, Hank III, he launched a campaign, Jim, back in 2003 to try to reinstate his grandfather, Hank Sr., to the Grand Ole Opry. However, the Opry declined the honor, and they said he will always be a treasured past member of the Opry. This is the vice president over there, executive producer of the Grand Ole Opry, Dan Rogers is his name. He said the Grand Ole Opry is made of living, breathing artists who can contribute to the show and to whom the Opry can give back. So he died not even being able to be a member because he got fired, and they thought they were going to bring him back, but he died after it. So they also emphasized that Hank Williams would likely have been reinstated to the Opry if he hadn't died soon after his firing. It was not meant to be permanent. They say there's not a single Opry night that happens. And here's the kicker. There's not a single Opry night that happens where Hank Williams' influence isn't felt. And there are many, many Opry shows where his music is still sung here. Yet still not a member. Hank Williams' own family, they've contributed to his legacy. Of course, Hank Jr. performs on the stage. His grandson, Sam Williams, is now making, who I talked about, who's we talked about a couple weeks ago. Sam Williams, he is a gay country singer.
I call him avant-garde
his
country.
Own spin. Avant-garde. Ooh, I like that very much. But this is so interesting. I don't know. That this one just hurts my heart. This feels like one of those moments where you've got to throw a curveball and be like, of course we can reinstate him. But you know, I'm sure there's a lot of politics behind it, but I don't like it, Jim.
I have mixed feelings on it. I don't know their setup. I don't know them well enough. I'm also a guy that doesn't think that Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame for baseball. I'm also a guy that thinks that, Rafael Palmeiro and Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens should never sniff Cooperstown.
But were they? Wait, who do you said you think who should not be a member?
Well, they're not members. They're not members. They never will get into the Hall of Fame because of their behavior off the field, and sometimes in ways that actually affected the game itself.
I gotcha.
And here's the thing: is I'm not saying I'm against the idea of making the exception for Hank. I just don't know about. I don't know all the stuff that went into the decision, but I get sometimes that things mean something for a reason, and sometimes you have to make very sad decisions in order to maintain what you see as the brand of the institution. I get both sides. I really do. I usually don't.
No, I do too. You're right. I get it. I guess my only thing, if he was still alive, I don't think he should have been reinstated, because that would have been like, that was the line we told you. I guess I think it's just me, the sappy me, going like, oh gosh, he's up in heaven, being like, man, I really blew it. I don't drink anymore. Can you not just throw a brother a bone? I guess that's where I'm thinking of it, because what a sad thing for that to be your final legacy. I just think is such a bummer, but we do it to ourselves.
I will say this: if he is in fact in the kingdom of heaven, I don't think he's too concerned about it. If he's looking down, he's going to go, I probably had it coming. I'm going to go over here to the big Opry. You know what I'm saying? He's probably, if he made it through, if he slipped past the pearly gate somehow, he's probably doing okay, probably relieved that he made it.
That's true. Fair enough. Well, he's singing down and haunting the Opry probably every day, which I think would be a lot of fun. Okay, another sobriety conversation, Jim. So do you know who Walker Hayes is? He does that fancy like Applebee's on it. You know that song?
I do know that song.
So country singer Walker Hayes, he's been opening up lately, Jim, about how he nearly broke 2 years of sobriety after the death of his newborn daughter, which, I mean, that'll do it. But that's why I want to talk about this, is the idea of you get sober, you get your life together, and then something really hurts and smacks you in the face. And those are the moments of staying sober. And listen how crazy this is. So he spoke about the day he and his wife Lainey buried their 7th child. Her name was Oak Lee. She was born and died on the same day back in 2018. And so at the time, Walker Hayes, he was about 2.5 years sober at the time. And he recalled feeling so devastated that it made him want to start drinking again. I'm sure you had those feelings in the beginning. Do you still have those feelings ever?
Never. Don't even remember
You don't?
it.
Okay.
It doesn't. It's so long of sobriety that I don't even contemplate what alcohol would do for me except destroy me. I have no. I don't even know what good alcohol, what that first initial buzz feels like anymore. It won't do anything for me. Does that make sense? But those first couple of years.
It does make sense, and I'm happy to hear it.
First couple of years, oh, I got it. I know what you're talking about. Oh yeah.
Well, so that would be him in the 2.5 year mark. So he said that he immediately came. He said this just breaks my heart. He said he came home from the cemetery after burying his daughter, And then he grabbed his keys, Jim, and he drove to downtown Franklin. He said, I just was going to self-destruct. I didn't even care. He said, I drove to a bar called 55 South, where I had lunch at this weekend. He said, I looked through the window and there were 3 guys at the bar. And he said, I looked at those guys and I said, I'm going to get my buzz on and then I'm going to mess with those guys and just get in a fight. And he thought this sober. So he's clearly going back to, we see why he got sober. He said he acknowledged that it made 0 sense. And he said he did get a little piece of luck. He opened up his Honda and he said, my wallet wasn't in the door. So he didn't have money to go into the bar to buy said drinks. So he recalled that he had to turn around and go home to get it. And when he did turn around, he saw his wife sitting by herself on the day she buried her daughter. And she was alone in the dark. And I was like, what in the world am I doing? He said, I could literally see what I was about to do. I saw that she was going to have to pick him up from jail on the day she buried her daughter. He said, I saw that we were going to have to start my rehab process all the way over again and go back to square one. And there was just some sin in me that I just saw clarity and thought, I need a savior and I need redemption for myself. That just lands to me. I've not been in something that, I mean, I've been in heavy situations, but not where you are like, oh, I'm going to either ruin everything or I can stay on track here. And that lands for me.
I have one good story. A friend of mine took his life when I was in my mid-20s. I was about 2.5, 3 years sober. And it was a stunner. You know, sometimes you go, oh, it makes perfect. You know what I'm saying? Not that it makes perfect sense, like in a good way, but you kind of go, oh, no, that I'm sorry to hear that. But it was a stunner, Lindsay. And there had been beer left over at a party at my house. And I went home, and I kid you not, I ripped open the refrigerator, opened the beer, looked at it, poured it down the sink, threw it away, and then threw the rest of the beer out.
Oh, that was probably kind of going back to our guest Jennifer talking about the burning. That was another kind of you pouring. I just get this feeling of you pouring that out in the moment was a release.
Yeah, it's like I'm not gonna. I got the beer out. I realized what a moron I was being. Cracked it open, poured it down the sink, and then threw the rest of the beer out. Just tossed it, and then cried for about a day, which, by the way, makes you really dehydrated. I'm not kidding. I'm not even being funny.
Yeah.
I mean, it really leaves you feel nutrient stripped after a day's worth of crying. Yep. But I get it. Good for him, man.
You
Good
get
for
it. Well,
him.
he said that he's talked about in the Today Show not too long ago that he began his sobriety journey at the age 36, but he had been drinking since he was 13. And he said, I was working a night job at Costco, stocking produce and then playing shows at night. And at the time he was married, they had just welcomed their 6th child when this happened, because Walker Hayes, by the way, really found his notoriety and his fame during COVID. He started making videos online, and that's kind of where he went viral. And he said, life was wild. And he said it was just a lot on my body. And I woke up on a Saturday and I knew if I did one more day of drinking to my body that some organ was going to stop or I was going to die. He said, I just knew it. I woke up and I felt like if I have one more drink, I think I'll die.
That's it.
And that was enough. That'll do it.
That's it. That's pretty much. There was a moment when I said, if I keep doing this, I'm done. That's what they call that's a moment of clarity. That is exactly the definition of a moment of clarity. I take one more damn drink and I'm done, and I quit. Nobody believed me.
Boom. Sometimes it's those wake up calls, those moments, I don't even, when I say wake up call, that means like something had to happen. Something didn't happen to him in that moment. It was literally just a wake up of his own brain.
Exactly.
Like, oh, I feel it.
Exactly. And sometimes that is an act of true grace. I mean, I don't know how to describe it other than an act of grace, Lindsay. I'll tell you this right now. I had worked so hard to pull my life back together while still drinking, and it was so hard. And I said, I have worked so hard. If I throw this away by oversleeping, if I throw this away by missing an appointment, if I throw this away by not getting this work done that I've worked so hard on, I will never forgive myself. I need to stop right now. I'm done.
Boom. Hard stop.
Hard stop.
And you did. And congratulations to you. Congratulations to Walker Hayes as well, staying on it. And there's so many people that are talking about it right now. Elton John has been sober for 30 years. He talks about how they would pick him up on the floor multiple times and have to like set him in the studio. There's a lot of people getting, rallying around it and realizing that the industries that have made them great have also been sort of the death of them. And so I like that the conversations happen. Not to say that you can't drink, but some people cannot drink. That's not everybody. Some people can't, and that's okay. Some can.
I love being around a person who can actually handle some wine. It's funny that people who get a little charminger, who actually get a little bit looser, who who are able to unwind. It puts a nice beat at the end of their day. They have a beer and relax by the pool. You know, there's all kinds of groovy stuff. This is not an anti-alcohol guy you're talking to.
No.
Not at all. I love a good time out, watching people have a great time. Matter of fact, there's a lot of friends of mine that didn't realize they didn't drink for like 2 years hanging out with me. Adam Rock was like, wait a minute, you don't drink. And I'm like,
Well, that's the beauty, because that's great that you choose it, but don't bring everyone else down, man. Don't bring that guy unless maybe they need your help. You'll be the good guy for support.
Wait.
Anyway, so
tell me you want a cocktail.
I want a cocktail.
I don't drink. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
You're not that guy. You're like, ooh, let's find a cool bar.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go sit and talk. Let's have some conversation.
Let's get it going on. Yeah.
Speaking of conversation, coming up today on Trucking with OIDA in just about 8 minutes, our good friends over there are dishing it out and going deep. Jim, what are they talking about today?
The word of 2025, tariff. A new round just went into effect against dozens of countries. What effects have we already seen? What effects are on the way? And how does trucking fit into all of it? On this August the 12th, Jason Miller of Michigan State University's Eli's Broad College of Business, friend of this show as well, walks you guys through all of it as Scott and Ashley and Scott give you another Trucking with OIDA here on RadioNemo.com.
Love it. Love it. Trucking with OIDA. Coming up next, don't go anywhere. I want to say that Beach Bomb is saying on the comments, and this is an interesting point here. It said, by the grace of God, I was never an alcoholic, but during my bartending and college years, I was definitely a professional drinker. And that's another thing. Professional drinker, I guess that could be called functioning alcoholic in some walks of life, depending on how much you do. There's it's funny when you're like, well, I'm not an alcoholic, but I do have to drink to get through A, B, C, or D. It's funny what our definitions of it are. But he says now it's if he has a couple beverages every year, it's a surprise. But there's different levels of it. And I think at the end of the day, it comes down to know thyself, know what you're able to handle, what you're able to not, and just say, is this getting in the way of my personal professional life? Then it's a problem. Is it getting in the way of my emotions? When I'm alone, am I going to a dark place? For me, that was the saying. It's like, if I've been out with friends and then I come home, I'm like, I want to keep drinking and I have dark thoughts. Okay, that's a problem. I'm not saying that was necessarily me, but sometimes for sure.
Well, and the other thing is too, it's like one is too many and 12 isn't enough. I mean, that's really what it kind of comes down to. I know people that have gotten a little bit out of control at points in their life, but pretty much said, yeah, I'm getting a little out of control. I got to cut back on that, and they laugh about it, and then they cut back on it, and then they're fine. And then they're fine. Alcoholism is something completely different. We all know what that looks like, don't we, guys? We know what it looks like.
We do. You know who else knows a little bit? I'm not saying this guy's an alcoholic, but it's getting him in trouble online, Jimmy Mack. Zach Bryan, you know that guy.
I know that guy.
Who's really, smart. He's going back. His writing is beautiful. His writing is beautiful in his songs. But if you live in Kansas City and you're a Zach Bryan fan, Jim, you're going to have to choose which one you love more. Because Zach Bryan, who is, by the way, a very vocal Philadelphia Eagles fan, he decided to take aim at the Kansas City Chiefs' massive fan base on Friday. And he dredged up Chiefs supporters' previous hope that the team would become the first in NFL history to win 3 consecutive Super Bowls. A hope that was, of course, snuffed up when the Eagles lost to the Eagles in February. But so he goes on X and he says, we're all the 3-peat people from last year. And he starts poking fun. Shortly after, one user became mad at him and he signaled him out. And the same fan base that sells out his shows, by the way, they're like, oh, you want to come at us who are buying your tickets? So he responded and he said he has no plans to perform in Chiefs territory anytime soon or ever. I know, what a dummy.
Keep your suck hole shut.
I know. And then he says, please understand, I will never play in Kansas City, the musician wrote alongside a repost. And, which, by the way, he has played there in 2021, 23, and 24. So you're an idiot. And then in a follow-up, he added another jab at Chiefs fans saying, I'll be about to finish my show and then get a taunting call if I play that stadium. Okay. The same user then said, well, then take us off your live album. He has a live album from Kansas City called Live from Kansas City. They said, well, then take us off your album. He said, done, brother. By the way, as of right now, that album you can still get and stream on Spotify. So not done.
I'm downloading it today just out of spite. That's what I'm doing. Now I got it. You can't take it from me. Mine.
Well, then he went on and he's like, bro, all you have to do is piss off a Chiefs fan to is play a fair game of football. He went on and on. He actually then attacked Taylor Swift. He had to come back and He compared Taylor Swift to Kanye West. Like, he did all the things.
What?
So there's more and more. We're out of time, but the story goes on, and basically he finally came back and goes, guys, I think I was projecting a little bit. To be honest, I'm going through some stuff of my own. I think I think I shouldn't drink and tweet. No, you should not drink and tweet, Zach.
I have a plan. I'm going to piss off every single Kansas City Chief fan and the Swifties. See you out there, pal. Good game.
Yeah,
Good
my
game.
plan is to completely derail everything that's made me who I am. Oh, my goodness. Zach, don't drink and tweet. Anyone listening, don't drink and tweet. Finally, on this day in country and Western music, it's the birth of Porter Wagner. Of course, known for the nudie suits, the Manuel suits. He's the blonde pompadour. He introduced a little-known Dolly Parton on his long-running television show, and the rest, as they say, is history. He's known as Mr. Grand Ole Opry. So happy birthday to one of the kings. That's your country and Western music news here on Radio Nemo. Don't go anywhere, because coming up next is Truckin' with Oida. Jim, I love this show. It makes us all a little more professional and informed around here, and God bless him for it.
I'm still not wearing a tie. On this August the 12th, we'll join you tomorrow, August the 13th, fortunately not a Friday, on Road Gang Radio. I tell you who's coming on, but you know what? We're out of time. I love you, LaRue.
Go look online. We'll tell you everything you need to know.
We should write too.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
That is very fair to say, is that we do not know what this is ultimately going to completely look like. And that we have not seen a tariff shock like this in almost a century.
And welcome to the show. I'm Scott Thompson.
I'm Ashley Blackford.
The voice you heard just there is of Jason Miller of Michigan State University's Eli Broad College of Business, talking tariffs. I don't know if you followed him on social media. He is all over this tariff situation. He's been tracking it since it was even first talked about. He's been tracking the implications, the effects, everything that could happen, everything that is happening. Last week we had those tariffs, the new round going into effect, being imposed, and we thought, hey, what better person to talk to about this
break it all down
than Jason Miller to break it all down and explain this to...
Make it make sense.
please just make it make sense.
That's the hope.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, to your point, it doesn't not make sense, but it's hard
There's a lot to it, yeah.
It's hard to grasp exactly
Seems
what
like
we're
it's
looking
changing,
at here.
Yeah.
Changing, and it's been 100 years since we've seen anything like this before, so a lot of unknowns there. We will ask Jason Miller about all of those, and he will have, I don't know if he'll have all the answers, but he'll have a lot of answers for us in terms of what we do know here in just a moment.
Yeah.
But, Ashley, we are tracking quite a few news stories here with regard to trucking, and we can start, I guess, with Ohio, right?
Yeah. Ohio is joining an effort to connect Michigan to South Carolina. This would involve connecting 6 states into a transportation corridor. would span 1,000 miles and include interstates 73, 74, and 75. The Ohio section would largely follow U.S. Route 23, which would allow for more activity kind of along some of the more underdeveloped parts of the state.
Yeah.
Right now, Ohio DOT is conducting a feasibility study looking into this. So, yeah, we'll kind of see how this goes. And
this again would run from, was it Michigan?
Michigan to South Carolina.
To South Carolina.
Yeah.
Which
6 states.
in turn would bring a whole bunch of development to those areas. I'm really interested in seeing how this pans out. It's an interesting thing for sure, and something I think a lot of communities in those areas would certainly welcome as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's turn to crime here, Ashley. Something we don't know anything about, but a state trooper in Massachusetts does. This is a case that we had reported on before involving state troopers and a CDL bribery scheme. Trooper here is Perry Mendez. He was just sentenced to 1 month in prison for his role. He pleaded guilty last month to 1 count of conspiracy to falsify records, 3 counts of falsifying records, and 2 counts of making false statements. In short here, for people who may not have been following, Mendez essentially admitted to giving automatic passing scores to at least 17 CDL applicants on their skills test, regardless of whether they actually passed or not. There are text messages between them.
Terrifying.
Yeah, it is terrifying because there were text messages that came out during some of the disclosures here that essentially said, this person is an idiot. They had no chance of passing this thing, but they gave them a pass anyway. In exchange, they got bribes, essentially, in terms of, in the form of products and things like that. So we've got Mendez being sentenced. 4 others were indicted in the scheme as well. 2 have since pleaded guilty. So more to come on this story. But it always strikes me with these stories.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? Like,
how do you sleep at night?
Well, and how do you, it's going to come out. Like,
No,
at some point.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah, you're not going to get away with
You're going to keep this under the rug forever. I just don't
Yeah.
understand it. But hey, it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, this a little bit of better news to share. We'd love to tell you about more truck parking.
Yes.
Good news for those at the JFK International Airport. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey recently announced a truck parking expansion project. We love to hear about those. They'll be adding 100 additional truck parking spaces, along with other new amenities, including restrooms. The project's expected to be done in the 3rd quarter of next year. Right now, there's only 50 spots, so this is adding quite a few more.
I love it. Anytime
to hear
we see more truck parking popping up in places, I think
Yes.
that's good.
Hats
And also
off.
raising awareness, too,
Yeah.
that it's being talked about that this is an issue for a lot of people. They don't know that. So encouraging there. Let's talk about an interesting new report out of the Colorado DOT, Ashley. It's about driver behavior in the state. Some interesting stuff here. The good news, I think, fewer drivers are engaging in unsafe driving behaviors, down for a 2nd straight year there in Colorado.
That's good.
Some takeaways here. 36%. I think this is probably, I think it's probably higher. 36% of those surveyed said they drive over the speed limit most or all the time on highways and interstates. I'm going to guess it's probably higher, but I don't know. 34% said they had picked up a phone to make a phone call. 23%, about a quarter, said they had picked up a phone to send a text message. I think that's probably higher based on just my anecdotal observations of people driving around.
For sure.
And 21% said they drove within 2 hours of consuming alcohol, cannabis, or prescription drugs that can cause impairment. Overall, the numbers are down, the negative numbers here. And it's kind of backed up in the crash data there in Colorado, where there's been an 11% decrease in the number of traffic fatalities statewide. 90% of people surveyed said they always wear their seatbelt as well.
That just seems low, even though it's 90%. It's 2025.
I think if you asked anybody in the country any question, there will always be, no matter what it is, there's going to be 10% of the population that, does this or that. I was thinking about this, though. I actually, over the weekend, my daughter just got her learner's permit for driving. So I was thinking about all these things. Seatbelt's pretty much automatic for her, but I want to tell her, I just want to tell her that phone, take that phone and throw it in the trunk. You know, don't even
touch it. Don't look at it.
Especially with new drivers. So that was an uneventful weekend, by the way. She did great. So great stuff there. But definitely reminded me of that when I saw this for sure.
Yeah. Kids in Arkansas are going to be learning about the rules of the road this year. The Arkansas Department of Transportation is launching a new education and safety curriculum for the new school year called Street Smart. I always find it interesting anytime, you see some of the curriculum that kids learn in school. Sometimes it doesn't seem like, well, this isn't going to apply when they graduate. This, I think, will. It's the first time the state has ever done this. The goal is to teach students safety habits before they begin to drive. So this will be taught from 6th grade to 8th grade. The plan, I guess, is to start this eventually in kindergarten and have it go right through to 12th grade.
Okay.
It was developed by Arkansas DOT just to, teach these kids the safety habits that they should have on the road before they actually get onto the road.
Here's my thing. Are they going to teach handwriting again too? Because
you're asking for a lot here,
when we were
Scott.
getting my daughter's permit, she had to sign her name.
She didn't know how to sign it?
She struggles with signing,
Yeah.
and I
Well,
think
they
it's a
don't
common
teach
thing
that,
because
right?
they don't teach handwriting anymore.
Cursive.
Cursive. Thank
There
you.
you
That's
go.
what I was
There
looking
you go.
for.
Yeah.
they're not teaching cursive. So I've had that conversation
Why?
with both my kids now about
why?
how to sign their name. They don't know how to do it. So they're kind of working through that. But so anyway, maybe that's the next thing that Arkansas can work on. We'll see.
We'll see.
Real quick here too, Ashley. This is an interesting one, and I think it's a good lesson for everybody out there with regard to social media and doing some due diligence before believing something you read or see on social media, again, in particular. Our friends in Landline Magazine just did a story on this, which you can find on landline.media, but it's a post claiming that Alabama truck driver Eric Darnell went missing after picking up a load in Phoenix. They claimed he was on his way to Memphis when he suddenly went dark, and those are their words there, went dark. Snopes took aim at this. They were the first to kind of swat down the story, I suppose, as they are apt to do. They found it to be false, no missing persons report, no information anywhere really about the story, which presented different facts as the story went on, different places, which should be your first clue about, it not being correct there. But they found the photo of Mr. Darnell was likely AI generated. There was another version of the story actually included a real person's photo, but that person was not connected with this. So a lot of just information all over the place. And we say this, and Landline did this story, I think, to drive home the point here that you got to be super careful about what you read on the internet.
You really can't believe anything you read, really.
Don't believe anything you read, and
Make sure you double
until
check.
you figure out. And again, rely on those trusted news sources like Landline to disseminate information like this again, because unfortunately, a lot of folks out there that are putting this information out there that is meant to confuse as well. So whatever those motives might be, just be careful. Good reminder for all of us there. We are going to take a break here, Ashley, but when we come back, again, Jason Miller, we'll get him on the line. Tariffs, uncertainty, what's it going to mean for the trucking industry, for the economy? Some of these things we don't know. Some of these things we do know just based on history and based on what we're already seeing out there. So we'll get Jason on the line here in just a moment to talk about that and answer all of our questions.
Yes.
In the meantime, take a quick break for yourself, but don't go anywhere because Trucking with OOIDA continues right after this short commercial break.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. How's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit howsproducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
And welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. Ashley, we have joked before about when the end of the year comes and Webster's, I think it is, or Merriam-Webster's, they come out with like the words of the year.
Yeah.
Tariff, is going to be.
That's what our money's on, right?
Tariffs gotta be on that list.
I would think.
Uncertainty. I mean, there's a lot of other words, I suppose, that kind of go in with it. But yeah, certainly tariffs have been a big talking point this year, as we've kind of been doing the will they or won't they with whether they're going to go into effect. August 7th, last week, a big round of them did go into effect, imposing tariffs on dozens of countries. Kind of the deadlines and the grace periods are over. So with that in mind, we are continuing to wonder what this is going to mean for the U.S. economy, what it's going to mean for the trucking industry, the freight market, everything in between. And if we have questions about tariffs and this issue, someone who's been doing a lot of work on this is Jason Miller. He is with the Michigan State Eli Broad College of Business. He's been doing a lot of research on this, so we thought we would call him up, ask him a bunch of questions, get a lot of answers, maybe clear up some of the uncertainty that is out there right now. So let's get him on the line. Professor Miller, thanks for joining us.
Hey, thank you for having me.
I bet the vast majority of people out there had really barely ever thought of tariffs until a few months ago. We are going to get into a whole bunch of what's going on out there and what it might mean for people who are listening right now. But I want to make sure that we start off kind of all on the same page, if we could here. Econ 101, if you will. Talk to us and explain, what is a tariff? A very basic question. How does it work, and ultimately who pays for it?
Yeah, so tariffs are taxes that are levied on goods that are imported into a country. Vast majority of the time, they're levied based on what we call on an ad valorem basis, so based on the value of the item. They can be levied on a per unit basis, so like on a dollar per pound, but the vast majority of what we're talking about here in 2025 is being levied on a value basis. The tariffs, when they come in, they need to be paid by the importer. So the importer is essentially charged by Customs and Border Protection. And those tariffs need to be paid very quickly. So this turns into, for small businesses, a very challenging cash flow implication, unless those items are entered into a foreign trade zone or a bonded warehouse, at which point any tariffs are paid when the items are, quote unquote, released for consumption. And again, we're kind of simplifying this a little bit. But that's really what we're looking at here. In terms of who pays, and Goldman Sachs just put out estimates, and I strongly agree with these, so I'm willing to cite these numbers, is that so far, based on the import price index data, the producer price index data, and the consumer price index data, roughly 14% of tariffs have been absorbed by exporters through lower unit prices. Where we see this show up as things like EU beverages, Chinese apparel, where we can see that exporters lowered the unit prices, is essentially an offset for the importers. The remaining 86% is being absorbed by the importers, which are firms in the United States that employ people, or by and absorbed by those importers, and some share of that is being passed on to the consumer. Right now, it seems that it's primarily, importers absorbing the tariffs through lower margins, but we know this cannot continue forever.
Yeah, and that's the thing we're all kind of watching for here over the coming weeks and months, maybe even a little bit farther out than that, as things kind of balance out, whatever that's going to look like. I want to make it clear, too, here, during the first Trump administration, we did see some tariff movement. I think there was mostly on China, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, because I am by far not the expert on this. But as a whole, we haven't seen this in close to 100 years, right? 1933 was the last time we kind of saw something on this scale. Is that right?
Yeah, so if you look, the first Trump administration, we had global tariffs on washing machines and solar panels, and then also steel and aluminum products. But that was really aimed at things like steel coils or, aluminum ingots. It was not nearly as broad as the steel and aluminum tariffs are today. And then we had a large number of tariffs targeting China, but those were primarily aimed at what we would call producer goods. So it's either machinery from China or things that are intermediate inputs into a production process. And so this time around, it is much, much, much broader in scope. And a good way to think about it is the Biden administration kept many of the China tariffs in place and then even expanded on those. And what we've seen so far and through June is the amount of tariffs being paid are over 3 times what they were this time in 2024. And this is with the 90-day pause in place. So this number is going to increase even more. And then we have the Section 232 national security tariffs on pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, and derivative products that we're still waiting to see sort of get fully clarified.
So what you're explaining there is a tariff policy that is expansive. I mean, it touches all sorts of industries. It's, we haven't seen anything like this in a very, very long time, right? And for that reason, we don't know exactly. I mean, we have ideas, and obviously we're going to get into that a little bit, but we have ideas about what the effects might look like. But in reality, we don't really know per se what it's going to look like. Is that also fair to say?
That is very fair to say, is that we do not know what this is ultimately going to completely look like. And that we have not seen a tariff shock like this in almost a century.
Tariff shock. That is a phrase that just popped out to me because it does feel like this has been a bit of a shock to the system because it has come on so quickly and it has been so widespread. What effects are we seeing already? Again, we don't know what the long-term effects are going to look like in large part, I think, or in some part because we don't know what the policy is going to be like in a few months. But in terms of right now, what we're seeing, what are the effects that we're seeing, right now as we speak?
So right now, what we're seeing, and a lot of this is based on both Federal Reserve and Institute for Supply Management survey data, we have seen significantly weaker new orders in 2025 than what we saw, let's say, in 2017. So conveniently enough, the president's first term, the conditions right before he took office in 2016 were actually very comparable to 2024. So we've seen weaker new orders, and we've also seen manufacturers reporting that the price paid for inputs has increased substantially more in 2025. We're expecting that to really start showing up in some of the government, like producer price index data over the next, I'd say, 4 to 6 months.
Can I also say, well, let's put our cards on the table here because we've talked before about this, on the program. You were not a fan of this tariff policy. Talk a little bit about your concerns, and these aren't just concerns based on theory. I mean, you've looked at the possible ramifications of all of this, and you've looked at, how this could play out over the coming weeks and months and years, even if we're talking that long out. Talk about your concerns and what you don't like about what you're seeing.
Yeah, so what I don't like about what I'm seeing is, one, we're tariffing so many upstream inputs that our manufacturers need. So, for example, steel mills employ about 85,000 people. That isn't very many. There's millions of people, though, in industries downstream that use steel. And so when you make something like imported steel more expensive, and you give the steel manufacturers here in the U.S. the ability to raise their prices because they face less competition, you ultimately hurt far more individuals than you help. And so that is one of the biggest negative challenges that we have. Second, by doing this, we make our exports less competitive because higher domestic prices means that our exports are now more expensive. So that's another issue. Third is we're tariffing some of our closest allies, and that does not help us in terms of the big strategic goal that had seemed to be isolating China. And a perfect example of this is what has happened with India. So we have been pushing for years to essentially get India more aligned with U.S. interests and less aligned with Chinese interests. And that has been working. But the president has thrown much of that away with the proposed tariffs that are now 50% on many Indian goods.
So, Professor Miller, we're looking at all of this in the context of, I think, the latest round of tariffs that came into effect on August 7th. And these are the widest round that we've seen so far. We're talking dozens of countries, I think close to 70 countries or something around that number, with new tariffs being imposed on them. When you look at that list, and I look at Mexico and Canada being on that list at 25 and 35%, kind of in that range. I look at the steel tariffs. I look at the aluminum tariffs. There's a lot on that list right there. When we look at the kind of the trucking industry and the freight market, is there one particular or maybe a couple particular, of those tariffs that kind of concern you most in terms of how it might affect the freight market and obviously our listeners in the trucking industry?
Yeah, so when we look at it, the big thing with Canada and Mexico is because so many goods are USMCA compliant, or in the case of Canada, they're energy related, so they get sort of excluded. The tariff rates from those countries aren't that bad, but certainly the steel and aluminum and now copper tariffs are, very concerning because by raising the costs of fabricated metal products and machinery and things of that sort, it's not encouraging from a downstream demand standpoint. When we think about industries in the U.S. that are doing well right now, electrical equipment really stands out because of the data center boom. But one of the challenges is a lot of the equipment we need for data centers is imported, especially when it comes to the electrical generation. Not only finished equipment, but also the inputs for electrical equipment. A lot of that's imported. So that is extremely concerning that could put a little bit of a damper on demand. But just in general, the economic uncertainty alone is not helping. And then also, too, this is starting to become an increasing issue, but, China has essentially halted many agricultural and food product imports from the United States. And so that is a headwind on manufacturing demand because food is by far the biggest generator of trucking freight. And so we've seen, for example, Chinese imports of chicken, beef, and pork processed have completely fallen. They're down 90+% year over year.
Yeah. Wow.
I wanted to ask about the de minimis exemption. First off, can you explain what that is and how this might end up affecting trucking?
Yes, so the de minimis exemption has been basically a rule that customs did not want to deal with very low value shipments. And so essentially anything for an importer under $800 a day was subject to far less scrutiny. This is very important from a B2B standpoint for, small shipments. So, for example, free samples and things like that. But then, obviously, business to consumer, the de minimis exemption was what really allowed Shen and Temu to really, have a meteoric rise in the United States under their original fulfillment model of fulfillment from China to the U.S. by air and then ultimately delivery to consumer. Didn't really generate that much freight. 100 freighter aircraft a day from China, that's like 500 or 600 truckloads of stuff in the U.S., so it's not really that much. But it puts another damper on demand. And the key thing is almost all of us, certainly I had forecasted, I expected 2025 would be a year we would see substantial increase in dry van rates. And that has not come to materialize outside of usual seasonal fluctuation. And so all of these things are a headwind on demand. And as of right now, all the evidence suggests importers really have tried to bring in goods from the rest of the world during this 90-day pause, which means we could be seeing, I think, a substantial slowdown in imports, especially containerized imports, as we move through August and then get into September, October, which traditionally had always been peak season.
Hey, Professor Miller, we actually have to take a break right now, but if you wouldn't mind hanging around, we've got a lot more questions for you. I want to make sure that we get into kind of the counterpoints to some of the positive spin that we're seeing out there on the tariffs, and certainly what the president hopes to see with some of this as well. So hang tight. We're going to get back to you here right after the break. Trucking with OIDA continues right after this.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
And we're back, and when we left you, we were talking with Jason Miller, the Associate Professor of Supply Chain Management and the Interim Chair of the Department of Supply Chain Management at Michigan State University's Eli Broad College of Business. We are, of course, talking tariffs. We had on August 7th a whole host of them going into effect. And let's jump right back into it, Professor Miller. I'm going to try to grasp at some positives here just because, anytime I see coverage of this or hear, people talking about it, it does seem, negative. It doesn't seem positive in a lot of ways. I kind of want to throw a few of the pro-tariff talking points at you here. And I'm wondering if you can kind of either respond in support or opposition and, give your thoughts either way, I think. And in the course of that, can you kind of explain how it could ultimately relate to the freight market or trucking industry at large, again, for better or worse, if that sounds like something you're game for?
Yep, absolutely.
Right.
And in the course of it, I can point out there are some sectors steel production in the United States is higher right now than it was last year. That's a plus. It gets counterbalanced by the fact imports have plunged. That's a negative. Our exports of steel products have plunged. That's a negative. So you can find positives, you can find negatives, and it's really the balance of each. So I'm looking forward to these questions.
Yeah, and I suppose the first thing we can talk about, and you mentioned it a couple times, and we've talked about it time and time again, Ashley, on the show here, about the uncertainty, right? Because the tariffs, we had, the deadline was this day, and then it got pushed back, and then it was this day, and then it got pushed back again. We had the 90-day pause that you talked about. So amid that uncertainty, I think there was a bunch of, anxiety about, is this going to happen? Is it not going to happen? Do I do this? Do I do that? The uncertainty largely, I think, is mostly over because this is happening. When we look at that, is that going to be something that kind of balances things out, I suppose, in a way? Because they say, hey, we know what to expect now. This is what it is, and we can move forward. Is that, I guess, a positive in a way?
No, it is, in that uncertainty forces everybody to pause. So, for example, if you were a manufacturer and you were expecting you would benefit, you may have been pausing any capital investment because you wanted to see would the higher rates actually go into effect. Now that they are, you say, okay, we think demand will improve enough that we can justify expansion. So that's good. The negative of that is you had a lot of firms, I think, holding off, either canceling plans, they were just pausing them. They were holding off, layoffs and things of that sort. But now they're going to move forward with that. And so that's where we're going to be waiting to see the balance of positives and negatives. I think also from a price increase standpoint, a lot of firms were holding off price increases to wait and see where these tariffs settle themselves in at. Now that they're settling, I think, and there's some more certainty, I think you'll see some firms have a little bit more confidence that they can start raising prices. And so I think we're going to start to see more of the concrete economic effects start to appear. And as those effects appear, it's going to allow policymakers to either adjust, and it's going to allow firms to adjust for the good or the bad.
One thing the president has talked about more than a few times is this idea of it bringing in more government revenue, right? And we have seen a little bit of that, right? The Treasury Department, I think, said last month they brought in more than $29 billion in customs and excise taxes, which is about 3 times larger than it was just a few months earlier and 3 times larger than it had been over previous years. When you look at that as being a positive, and it sounds like a positive on its face, but I think what you're going to tell me here, and I'll let you do the talking, but we look at the balance again, and that money is being taken away from other places. Talk about that idea a little bit.
Yeah, that 3 times the amount of tariffs is being paid by importers. And so that is money coming out of U.S. businesses' pockets. And what's important to understand is in many instances, it doesn't matter if the importer is part of a foreign multinational, they're employing Americans. So, for example, Toyota's imports of finished vehicles from Japan go to from one division of Toyota to another division. But Toyota North America employs people in the United States. They employ thousands of people here in the United States. And so basically when they're saying, well, government revenue's up, what they're saying is business taxes have risen substantially. But the difference is rather than taxing profits at the bottom of the balance sheet, we're now taxing companies at the top of the balance sheet.
Right. And eventually that money or that cost, I suppose, is going to get passed down, right? They're not just going to eat that.
Eventually they're going to have to come up with creative ways. I mean, again, the one argument would be, well, they'll just shift production to the United States. And in many instances, that's just not feasible.
Yeah.
And so that's one thing to keep in mind. I was just doing a radio call with local Detroit station, and they had a retailer on, small clothing boutique retailer, that was using the example that a lot of the inputs some of the apparel makers they buy from, which are domestic manufacturers for higher end products, all of their inputs come from China because China is the textile producer for the world. And so they were making the point that the domestic manufacturers were being disadvantaged because of these massive tariffs on Chinese textiles. And there's no chance those textiles are ever going to be made in the U.S. again. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and that's something we've talked about too, is the idea that, the idea is that this ultimately will bring American jobs and manufacturing back to what you just talked about there. But in doing that, you would be talking about building factories here, something that would take years, right? And that's just not happening. It doesn't sound like in your estimation there.
Yeah, so certainly for a lot of products, we're not going to build the factories again because no one wants to make investments that are going to take 25 years to pay out, when all of these policies could be erased, not only by the president right now with the snap of a finger, but if there's a change of administration, these tariffs could all vanish on January 20th, 2029.
Yeah. There was a feeling, I think, early on that this was kind of a negotiating tactic by the president to get concessions out of countries. And I think we saw a little bit of that with regard to at least the Mexico and Canada, with, fentanyl and illegal immigration. That I suppose is another thing that you hear out there, that this is a way for the U.S. to get concessions out of countries that they're trying to make deals with. What would you say to that, I suppose, as maybe a counter or your viewpoint on that idea?
Well, so us bullying other countries makes everybody look towards the other political pole of the world, an economic pole, as a much more stable nation, and that's China. And so the one thing to realize is when you bully somebody, it makes people look elsewhere. And everybody right now is looking much more closely at China. And so from a long-term geopolitical standpoint, it does not make sense when you want to isolate China by driving every other country or bloc of countries towards it.
Yeah. I'm trying to grasp at positives here, and I think it can be challenging at times. The last time I spoke with you was a few months ago, and I had asked you at the time, about the economic experts out there and whether you're hearing from anybody who is positive about this. And I think you kind of struggled to come up with an answer at that time. Are you sensing or hearing any change out there from the experts about what they're seeing, in feeling positive about this whole situation?
Not really. I mean, you have to get to sort of the fringe of economics, folks like Stephen Myron, that have very different views about tariffs. But in general, we're just not very supportive of it. And I would encourage everybody listening to this to just go on YouTube and do a search for Milton Friedman, Producer versus Consumer. It's an amazing, about 48-minute talk that one of the greatest economists ever, one of the, I'd say, the Mount Rushmore of conservative economists, truly conservative economists, and his view on this topic, because it was spoken of in the early 1970s, but it applies so much for today. And he touches on issues, other countries dumping their products and, other countries tariff our goods. Shouldn't we tariff theirs? And he has very good arguments against each of these points. What I'd remind everybody is, if you think about it, we're a nation where we have 342 million people, and it doesn't matter if they're 1 month old to 115 years old. Everybody in this country consumes goods. We only have 13 million people in factories, which is about 3.8% of our population. And so what you can think of is tariffs disadvantage I'm doing my math in my head, the other 332 million people who don't work in a factory.
Yeah.
I'm curious, if you were a betting man, what does this look like over the coming months?
So I think that we will see pretty much the continuation of this. I think that if the semiconductor and pharmaceutical tariffs go in sort of as very extreme versions, I think there's a very, very real possibility the economy falls into a recession. I think that there's some argument right now that because most industries are actually showing declining payrolls, that at the moment a widespread argument could be made that we may actually already be in a recession. And we're just in the initial month or two, and things will get worse as time goes on. So what I'm going to be looking at very closely is going to be the new order data from both the Fed banks and Institute for Supply Management, as well as S&P Global for August and September, because I want to see if there's any improvement once these tariffs start to stabilize, because if the answer is no, then I'm going to increasingly become concerned that the economy could fall into a recession by early 2026, if not sooner.
And talk about what that would look like too. Obviously, I think we're all familiar with what that has looked like in past years. But in the context of everything else that's going on right now, and in the context, I think, of trucking as well, what does that look like if that is in fact, where we are headed?
So, one, the thing is that freight rates really don't have anywhere that they can go. They can't go much lower than they currently are. So we're not going to see rates come down. We would see volumes come down a little bit, depending on, again, exactly what ends up taking place. And so the big concern now is much more from a volume standpoint than a prices coming down standpoint. So we have to see where that all works itself out. But I would say right now, for kind of where we currently are at, is if we were going to fall into a recession, it would be fairly mild, because I think at that point we may see a lot of the policies reversed, because there would be a realization that it was negative.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you too, because the president has been very clear that this is his plan. This is what he wants. He wants these tariffs in effect here. How easy or hard would it be to kind of put that genie back in the bottle, right? If the negatives do start to weigh down the economy on multiple fronts, could the president essentially just reverse what's been done? What's that escape route look like?
Yeah, he literally could say, I'm reversing all of this, because every aspect of this has been done by executive order.
Right.
He could completely reverse all of it tomorrow.
Right.
And so that would be the saving grace. But the key thing is that would require the president admit that he made a mistake.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's political to say that man does not really like to ever admit he's made mistakes.
Yeah. We also have, I know this is still working its way through the courts, and I think it's worth mentioning too that this is tariffs are a thing that Congress traditionally has the authority to impose. In this case, they've kind of abdicated, I think, that duty to the president here. There is a decision coming at some point in the courts, right? We had a federal court in, I think, May rule that the president didn't have the authority to do this, to impose these tariffs. The White House appealed. We're eventually going to get a ruling on that. That is also another possible outcome here, right? Is that the courts say you can't do this?
Certainly on the reciprocal tariff aspect.
Okay.
And so that would still not affect the motor vehicles, motor vehicle parts, steel, aluminum, copper, all of those tariffs, as well as the China tariffs, and even the Mexico-Canada tariffs, because those three are under Section 301. And so that could affect things, but I think what the White House would do is they would just create more Section 232 investigations, and they would say machinery is a national security concern, and fabricated metals or all these other products are somehow a national security concern, and they would try to essentially re-engineer the reciprocal tariffs that way.
A lot of these things are out of our control. Again, if we look at the trucking industry and we look at rates, and as you pointed out, they can't go much lower. Volume obviously could decrease, which would have an effect on everybody out there. With that in mind, with these things being out of our control, would you have any advice for folks out there, owner-operators maybe specifically, who are trying to navigate through all of this and trying to figure out, what to do and how to keep their business alive. What would you tell them in terms of kind of being agile and adapting to what they're seeing out there?
What I'd say right now is it's all about finding every efficiency you possibly can. It's making sure that you're trying to get, good, well-structured load chains that's minimizing your deadhead, making sure that you're appropriately pricing. I mean, if I'm going to run a load into Boston, chances are you're going to run out empty. So you need to appropriately price that load into Boston to make sure that you can still be profitable overall if you have to run 100 miles empty to your, next follow-on load. So it's really about finding every efficiency you possibly can. One key piece of uncertainty, very specific to trucking, that has received no attention really in the national media, is we do have a Section 232 investigation ongoing on heavy trucks. And so we could see a situation where heavy trucks start to be tariffed. And we'd again have to see the extent that affects Canada and Mexico. But certainly Mexican-built Class 8 trucks, this could turn into another, tariffed item. If that moves forward, I would expect that there could be a sudden surge in buying as folks tried to get ahead of tariffs, let's say a 25% tariff on Mexican-made Class 8 vehicles.
Talk about that a little bit, because as you mentioned, I don't think it's getting enough attention. What are those conversations looking like right now, and where are those discussions possibly headed?
So right now there's an ongoing investigation. I'm going to be blunt. I'm very convinced I already know what the conclusion is, and that is that we have to tariff heavy trucks because that represents another national security concern. So I think the question is just what's the tariff rate? I don't think it's a question of if, it's just a question of when. And it's a question, again, coming down to USMCA exemptions and things of this sort. Because right now, one of the things that's shielding the North American automakers, and as well as even the European and Japanese ones to some extent, is that the way the auto tariffs are set up is what ultimately should happen is a 25% tariff gets assessed on the non-U.S. value in those vehicles, which means for Mexico and Canadian-produced vehicles, maybe 75% of the vehicle's value gets tariffed. Right now, though, the Customs and Border does not have the system in place to support that. And so the rule is if your vehicle is USMCA compliant, it is not subject to tariff. So as I had shared on LinkedIn not that long ago, Canadian assembled passenger vehicles are effectively not being tariffed right now. And so we're waiting to see once that gets implemented, because that will be a huge shock to tariffs being paid on vehicles assembled in Canada and Mexico. And already a lot of Mexican assembled vehicles are not USMCA compliant, so they're getting assessed full tariff. And so we're just waiting to see things like that implemented to see what it is. I would tell you right now, if you're a trucking company with a lot of exposure to the auto sector, I would hunker down because that does not appear to be a very healthy part of the economy at the moment.
As we kind of wrap things up here, I just want to mention, I think knowing you would love to be wrong about a lot of this because it would mean that we were not headed down, this potential precarious path, or however you want to call it. But you are looking at the data here. You're not just kind of spitting out ideas and theories and whatnot. This is all based on data and all based on research that you have done, right?
This is based on either research I have done or already published research that's looked especially at the 2018-2019 tariffs, as well as prior research looking, for example, all the way back to Bush II's 2002 and 2003 steel tariffs.
Yeah. As we wrap up, Professor, final thoughts for folks out there. Again, I know this is it's a lot to absorb and a lot to digest because it is kind of a complicated issue and it has big implications. But just final thoughts from you for everybody out there.
Yeah, no, we're in unprecedented economic times. This is basically the second time in 5 years we're seeing something that we have no good historical basis for. And so there's going to be disagreement, but you just got to let the data back it up. What I would say is for anyone who thinks that this has benefited the trucking industry, rates are the same as they were last year, practically. And nobody was predicting that at the start of the year.
Yeah. I guess that's a good, real quick question, too, to end is, what policies would you like to see, or what do you think would benefit folks out there and get things going again?
I would literally drop all of the tariffs put in place. Yeah. I just don't see really much reason for that, and I would even roll back a lot of the ones the Biden administration put in place on China as well. I'm very skeptical of tariffs. I'm very pro free trade. This narrative that is developed of other countries taking advantage of us just does not have a historical basis. I mean, the EU's effective tariff rate on us was less than 5%. I think it was around like 2%. And so just this narrative, I mean, for lack of a better term, let's stop sounding like a nation of frickin' victims and just move forward, because that's all it seems that I hear anymore is everybody's taking advantage of us, when in reality, there's just a lot of really good companies overseas that produce goods that American manufacturers, wholesalers, and consumers like to buy. And so for me, I would get rid of all these tariffs because it's not helping us right now. Let the free market do what the free market does best, because 2017 was a phenomenal year for the economy. And the big difference back then, we didn't have tariffs.
We live in interesting
not
times.
Like this.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we live in interesting times. Professor Miller, always good to talk to you, and appreciate your perspective on all this, and obviously all your work on it as well. And we will talk to you at some point in the future when whatever happens.
Yep, sounds great. Thanks for having me.
All right, Ashley. So again, Jason Miller there breaking down everything we know and don't know, I guess, about tariffs at this point.
There's a lot of unknowns, but I feel like he did a very good job explaining it all. It's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot, and it is concerning on a number of levels because, speaking of those unknowns, it has been almost 100 years since we've seen something of this magnitude take effect on such a large scale,
really
potentially affecting a whole bunch of places. We don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
We have an idea maybe, but again, we don't know what to expect. Speaking of things we don't know what to expect, you had an pretty eventful weekend.
I did have an eventful weekend. I have 3 kids. I've never had to call poison control until this weekend.
Yep.
My little guy, he just turned 1.
Everybody's okay.
Everybody's okay.
Let's start with that.
Let's lead with that. Everybody's fine. Yeah,
yes.
Everybody's totally fine. He just turned 1. He is the busiest guy I've ever met. And
into everything.
He was playing with his sisters. I was changing his bedding, and then I found him in my bathroom holding a toilet bowl cleaner.
Yep.
Right in his mouth. And so I will say I stay pretty calm in like situations like that.
You go into mom? It's like mom mode.
Yeah, you go into mom mode. Yeah.
Right,
and so I just grabbed the bottle, I grabbed him, and I called poison control right away.
First time calling poison control.
First time calling poison control. They were wonderful. They were, what a job that is, by the way.
Yeah. But so helpful that
super
exists.
Helpful. Yeah. My husband was like, does that cost? I was like, no, thankfully.
Yeah.
No.
Well, you'll get a bill in the mail, but yeah. For now, you think it's free. Yeah, for sure.
But no, he was super helpful, told me what to look for. But no, I don't think he actually ingested any. It was just absolutely disgusting. He had that in his mouth. But yeah, I have already ordered baby proofing, which by the 3rd kid, I should be prepared for.
Right. But you just recently moved
too.
We just recently
moved.
You've got,
and my other one's 5, so it's been a hot minute since I've had to lock up toilet bowl cleaner.
Yeah. But to your point, though, we were talking about this earlier. You can literally turn your head. It's like 20 seconds, and you'll turn around, and they'll be into something. You'll be like, how did you even?
Yeah.
How, they're like little ninjas.
It's
they're
insane
into everything.
how quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Happens so fast.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He's okay. My son will not appreciate me telling this story, but real quick, when he was about your son's age, we had a dog living in the house, and
you know where this is going.
Exactly. His mother, my then wife, turned around, and he had a piece of doggy,
Doo-doo. I was
the
hoping you
stuff
were
that
going to say
comes out the
dog food,
backside.
but
No, not dog food. We
Dog
actually
food wouldn't have
encourage.
been
We
bad,
actually
yeah.
encourage that. That's just nutrition right there. But yeah, he did not swallow that either. But I like to remind him every now and then that he did that.
keep them humble.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to keep them on their toes. I've got 2 teenagers now, so it's good to
Yeah,
remind them,
it
hey, you
is.
weren't always this cool teenager.
Yeah, exactly.
Ashley and I are some variants of cool, I guess.
I don't know.
We'll be cool again when we return later this week on Trucking with OOIDA. Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. So they got you at ShadyRays.com.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.